gonna. Oh, I gotta get Firefox going up here as I double click like a dumbass instead of single click on the bar.
Okay.
Let's get Roll20 up here. Why isn't it auto-fitting my login information? No. Alright, I'm gonna have to type all this out. Damn. Oh no. Google memorizes it. Yes. Launch the game. I need to change the notifications here. Stream elements. No, other keyboard. Other keyboard. So we've got Sorry. Actually, I should make that. Oh no, the game title would be Pathfinder. It's been a little while. Actually, it's been almost a month since we've last played, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, about there.
And even though I'm late, there's only 3 of you.
I needed a ping.
Maj apparently went to bed at 8 in the morning.
Well,
And
8 in the
3
morning.
hours ago.
I was just gonna say 8 in the morning for him. Damn. So we're
No, like, yeah, he went to bed like 3 hours ago.
All right. Game title is Pathfinder.
DJ's getting his computer set up, so it looks like we'll have like everybody but Maj, which is
That's okay. Most of today is gonna be an RP session anyway. And I'm trying to get to my main screen with my other computer's mouse. Oh, that was good. Let's see what everybody is on the moor, so I might as well. And there's the first code of the day, everybody. For those of you who are watching and have the Incent app and want to earn free cryptocurrency, there's that code. YLWF. Let's see here. All right, so did I update stream elements? No, that's updated. Close it. Now, updated. Restream.
So Jan, did you see the new playtests for a bunch of new Classic classes?
Man, yes I did.
The fucking Keshig?
Yeah. The fucking ruby gauntlet shotguns.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah, I learned about it like last night, and by about 2 this morning, I had posted it build for it for Cal's game starting tomorrow.
Nice. Yeah,
Did you
I
say
probably
ruby
can't use
gauntlet
that
pistols?
stuff. Yes, ruby gauntlet pistols.
Okay.
Let me just find the veil here.
Wait,
Shell
I
Striker
have the
gauntlets. You basically create big gauntlets on your fist. You can full round action load a shell in each of them. You can discharge the shell to do 1d10 per point of essence plus your veil weaving modifier and reduce their AC. And if you bind them, you can fucking make an attack that just automatically crit threatens. It has the crit multiplier increased by 1. But then the entire veil just goes away for 5 rounds.
Yeah, at the beginning, the Sunder was only for one round. It just Sunders, and then people pointed out to him that that's not a good idea.
Yeah, it's a little busted.
Like, you can just reform that at the start of your next turn, you know that. And the creator was like, oh, wait, let me fix that.
Yeah. What I really love is that a lot of the unarmed strike ones fucking stack.
Oh, yes. It's great. Like, unarmed striking with caching looks a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm running my Akashic Armory is Still Waters, Clear Skies.
Oh, yeah.
And
That's cool
then
as well.
Staff of 10,000 Truths is like the first thing I'm shaping.
Let me check this. Oh, this is the weird quarter stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Flexible Forms Katana.
Yeah. It's so weird because it's doing unarmed things, but it's also not. I
Mhm.
am. It's very weird.
Yep. It just combines so well because the bind for Staff of 10,000 Truths is whenever you crit with an unarmed strike.
Oh yeah. Just make a free attack.
And then Still Waters, one of its binds is just you crit 18 to 20 with unarmed
Yeah.
strikes.
It's really good.
Yes. And then my other two veils are the two centered around killing yourself.
Yeah, it looks like a really fun class. I won't be able to use it until it's released, probably. But that can't be too long, right?
So it just entered playtest, and it takes about 2 months so the playtest will get wrapped up and then the publishing.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, who are they publishing with? Is it Legendary
Legendary.
Games?
The Bowler and Keshig are legendary.
Perfect. We allow all Legendary Games content. Perfect.
And then there's another one that's going to be coming out with Lost Spheres.
Oh yeah, the Soul Forge thingy.
No, a good one. I don't like the Soul Forge.
Oh, okay.
It's just in hush hush playtests where there's only like a limited number of people and they're keeping it all secret and shit, and Callist is holding it over everyone's head.
Hey, I gave you guys the link to ask to get in.
I know, I'm just fucking with you, man.
It's a flesh shaping and like veils based off of the old ones. So
Oh, that's cool.
Also, it is to Callist
You
what
handle my
undead and
glasses.
teleportation are to Maj.
hey, I actually inspired an undead set of veils that are actually published on a Patreon now and will be on Library of Metsafits in like 2 months. So
Nice.
I understand this. I'm just saying.
That's all twisted up.
Oh, you can't use flexible forms on Staff of 10,000 Truths, by the way.
Why not?
Because it's not a weapon-like veil. It's an enhanced
Oh.
veil. That's a new thing that the
Oh.
creator made specifically so flexible forms didn't work anymore.
but in my
The
game, I
fun fact-
disagree with that, so I allow.
Yeah, you as the GM can decide whatever. So
Oh, here's the thing about that. If you look up the actual veil weaving rules, unless there's something I missed in enhanced veil saying it's not weapon-like, a weapon-like veil is defined as a veil that can be wielded and used as a weapon.
okay.
So all enhanced veils are weapon-like veils. By definition. Except for maybe Still Waters, Clear Skies, because it doesn't actually create a weapon, it just ups your unarmed strike. So They tried to do that. They just failed.
Yeah, probably. uh,
My lighting is terrible.
that happens.
Yeah, that's better lighting. Headlights are awesome.
Okay, I just searched. Nothing in the description of enhanced fails says they're not.
Yeah,
Been like
you're right.
fails.
Yes, you are correct, Lubs, but Marin did actually say that it did not intend it to be used for it. I personally,
Yeah.
I personally have no problem with it because yeah, I like refluffing stuff, and that trait lets you refluff stuff so that you can do a thematic character that meets what you're trying to do. So
Yeah, same thing here.
It
I
also
would
just
never
lets me.
disallow that.
It also just lets me like use things that crit because I like crit fishing.
Which is one of the reasons I think he made that decision. But
Almost guaranteed.
but it's fine.
I just recently found out that if you hit F11 when using Firefox, it goes to a full screen and you don't see like the top folder stuff and whatnot. Because
Oh, you're right.
Thursday nights, I'm playing a Pathfinder game on Foundry, GM'd by a friend of mine. And when you're playing it and you're not streaming, they won't allow me to stream. There's a lot of shit that goes on that is not like terms of service friendly. So we don't stream the Thursday night game that we play. But I found out hitting F11 makes it like full screen, so you're not seeing the top of the folder and bookmarks and stuff like that. So
Nice.
I just did that here because I use Firefox for Soriath, and unfortunately, it's not fitting to the screen properly on OBS. So I think I'm not going to use the. I got here, hit the F11. Hey, why is that not? And try and just look better on the screen. It's not quite. If I do that. Damn. Now we're losing half of the chat. I want to keep the chat on the screen. There we go. That'll work. All right. Yeah, that looks.
So how has everyone been?
Good question. I'll let everybody else answer that one before I go into how crappy my life has been, but still viable.
Well, school sucks, but at least they're making new Akashic classes.
Yeah. There's like this global pandemic going on, and it sucks.
You know, I did hear something about that.
Also, I saw a video literally talking about how slavery was good, like on YouTube.
What?
And by people who were fundraising on the same page talking about how they were being censored. It, it- literally, they were talking about taking down the statues, and they, what do you call it? As one of the reasons why you shouldn't take down statues of Robert E. Lee was because he helped stop an abolitionist from like freeing slaves, and then the abolitionist was hung. This was a reason we're supposed to not take down his statue.
Wow. And here, my thinking is more like we don't want to forget the history, so those things are like, it's American history. You can't change it. Granted, they don't
I
stand
would
for
agree
good
with that.
things.
Repeat it.
Maybe
That's
if they were actually put up appropriate times. Because if those statues had gone up like right after the war, and it was just like, oh yeah, that, okay, you're making statues right after you lost a war, that's okay. No, you know when they went up? During the civil rights movement.
Okay.
Okay, so then under that premise, yeah, no, there's no reason for them to be up now.
Yeah. They were literally put up to tell
More
blacks
as a
subtly
protest.
to go fuck themselves.
Yeah,
And if
that's
that's not okay.
that I didn't
Now,
know.
not all of them were put up then. It's just when it upticked from, yeah, there's a few, to all over the fucking place.
Hmm. Because like forgetting your history, which is what it seems like the current government wants all the younger generation to not know, is history. Uh, that's a bad thing. History is bound to repeat itself if we forget.
Um, Here's a different example. We don't really need statues to not repeat the mistakes of our past, like to not know or to know history. I mean, uh, like there aren't statues of Hitler all over Germany, and they're not going around saying Sieg Heil. Well, that's America's job now.
Yeah. We
I
we, we
mean,
kind of gave all
you
this stuff
quite a
to
few
you
yeah,
guys.
in Europe as well. So
A lot of what happened in Germany not under Hitler's power, I don't think a lot of the average citizen wanted to participate, but because they were bound by law, many did.
It's
I
that
know.
or get shot. I
Yeah,
understand. You
yeah.
don't
It
want to
was
get
like
shot.
turn in your neighbors for doing wrong, or we'll kill you.
I mean, just getting shot would have been maybe acceptable. It wasn't about getting shot. It was about, hey, go to the concentration camp, work your life out of your body, and maybe get gassed if you're lucky.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
a lot of bad things happened back then, and the people of today don't want to remember. Like once World War II was over, Germany was like, "Dude, we didn't really want to do that in the first place. We knew it was wrong, but we were gonna die if we said anything against it." Is kind of the impression that I got, because I don't think they like to acknowledge those World War II years.
I
And
mean, it's not
that's
like we
probably what's
aren't
gonna be
acknowledging.
like America in 10 to 20 years. Be like, yeah, we really, when that shit in 2020 something to 2030 happened, we really don't acknowledge that.
So
'Cause
there's the difference. Because in Germany, we acknowledge that shit. Uh, we get taught and told over and over and over again that we can't forget what happened there because it was such a terrible thing and we must do our best. It's our what's the word?
worst moment in history
Yeah, our
kind of
worst
thing.
moment in history, and it's our give me a sec. It's mandatory for us. It's our duty to make sure that never happens within our country again.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
See,
We,
as an
we get
American, I
taught
did
that
not know
shit
that.
in English, in history class a lot.
Hmm. As an American, we did. I don't think that's common knowledge that Germany or Deutschland accepts the shame of that period in history and teaches everybody that this can't happen again. Which
Yeah.
is
To be
kind
fair,
of
a lot
Yeah.
America
which is
doesn't
kind of
have
what America's trying to do. The people of America are trying to do that now with like racism in general and classistness in general. That may not be the right word. Obviously, it's not the right word, but as
No,
again,
but I understand.
I'm buzzed and drunk, so you should understand what I'm saying, even though I'm not saying it very well.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We pick up what you're putting down.
This is good. So, yeah, because like that, I think that's what America's trying to do, but there's just as many people going, yeah, fuck that. I don't want to hear it, type of thing. Whoa. Oh, okay, the screen changed because somebody turned something off. Actually, I decided to turn
I turned
something
off the 120-foot aura of giant screen.
Now the map looks normal.
We'll have
Alright.
the smaller aura on, but I can turn it off.
Now, why is this? Oh, because I had hit F11 on the wrong screen. There we go. That looks better. Alrighty. I think we're about ready to start. I will do the recap in just a moment. I need to
It's been 5 weeks, I think.
about that 4 or 5 weeks, yeah.
I recall.
We had ended the first book, and I think this will be the first session that we're starting the second book of the campaign. I just need to go take a bio break real quick, and we will get right to it.
All right, I'll go grab something to drink.
Yeah. Reconvene in 5 minutes.
Cool. I'm gonna go microwave some pizza.
Just you and me. Or no, it's just me.
That's better. Can you guys hear me?
Faintly, but that might just be my connection. Can you hear me?
I can, yes. I might want to switch to a headset, though.
So what's new and exciting in your world?
Nothing really new and exciting.
That kind of year, isn't it?
Any better volume wise?
A little better, yes. Ooh, Ontario is not doing good.
How about now?
Yep.
All right, cool. Just had to fiddle with some settings after I put in my headset. I mean, most of my new and exciting stuff is basically D&D stuff coming out, or that I managed to convince people to make for me. So.
Do you play 5th edition or 3rd edition?
I'm a Pathfinder guy mainly. So
Okay. Sorry, you just said D&D, so I thought, oh, do you have another game going on?
no, I consider Pathfinder to be D&D. I mean,
No.
I've been playing since basic, so
That's fair, yeah.
3.75 bitches.
They've got a 3.75 coming out. Oh wait, no.
No, that's what
Pathfinder
is.
was. Yes, is. I hopped in the middle there, and I'm like, wait a minute.
You know, I might not mind a 3rd edition reboot. I miss all the content. I miss all the classes and prestige classes. That was so fun.
3.5 pretty much got to the point where you could make anything you wanted.
Yep.
If you went deep enough into the feats and classes and whatnot, and multi-classing, and everything else since 3.5 has said, wait a minute, we got way too complicated and convoluted. Let's simplify things. Thus, whenever you simplify things, it restricts you severely,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Remember?
You can have simplified rules that don't restrict in the way that that 5e currently does. You can have very like free-form open rules where it's just like, oh yeah, I have a power stat and it lets me do whatever my character concept is. But
yeah, like
like,
the fate system or something like that. Yeah.
yeah. But like they chose to restrict by keeping the base system and then being like, then we're gonna simplify it and like talk about all this bullshit about how it's better now and it's not.
I mean, there are some things that I don't mind that were streamlined. Like I admit it. I do like the spell slot system a lot better than being a
Oh yeah.
cleric and having to prepare like these specific spells and hoping we actually need them. Otherwise, I've wasted them and I'm shit out of luck.
Yeah, I do like
I am
that.
back. Hello there.
Spontaneous casting is always nice.
Yes,
But-
it is.
But do you allow the spontaneous caster to have access to all the spells like a cleric and then just choose what spells you want? Because your god is just like, okay, you pray to me for this and I will deem it so.
It's
Which
not how 5e generally works. It's more like
I have no idea how 5e works other than
Well, no, you have to
they
basically
kind of
list
took
of
Pathfinder in 3.5 and hybrided it.
yeah. You can
it's
pick a number of
basically-
spells you have prepared for that day and you can use your slots to cast them.
so like if you prep Cure Light Wounds, you don't prep like one casting of Cure Light Wounds. You just prep Cure Light Wounds, or it's just Cure Wounds.
Yeah.
It's closer
And-
to how
and you
Sorcerer
can-
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's closer. It's Arcanist. It's how Arcanist casts.
Pretty much. I mean, you could do something like that in 3rd edition, in that you could use any of your domain spells for any spell slot as a substitute, but you needed to really build up to it. It needed a bunch of crazy feats, and I think one of them was maybe an epic one, but yeah, it was. Yeah, so the spell slot system, 5th edition, not bad. Like, cleric, pick a number of spells for a day, boom, you can use them with any number of spell slot you have.
I kind of see the New World Soriath being you have a list of spells, you have spell points, and you can spontaneously cast any of them that you have availability to. So it's kind of like mixing the cleric's knowledge of spells per day with the spontaneousness of a sorcerer. The only problem is explaining how, okay, you must have spent an awful lot of time learning these spells during training, yada, yada, yada. But I kind of digressing there, talking about New Soriath. Once this campaign is done and everything, like the wizard and everything is available, I kind of want to hodgepodge all the casting abilities together. Like, if I do this Foundry private server thing, I would like it. I'm gonna change like all the casting to be similar. Like, you've got access to all the spells that each level and everything does, and you can do whichever one you want because I'm gonna have everybody with spell points and stuff like that. So it would be like mixing all three types together. You know, wizard can know all of these spells if he studies them, but clerics already know all of these spells because they're prayers and asking for their deity, and sorcerers, they can just cast whatever spell they want, type of thing. That's kind of how I had seen every spellcaster of Soriath being originally, but because of the game mechanics didn't really have that, it was kind of like, you really can't do that. But that's why I kind of want to, I have been so thinking about like creating my own game mechanic for Soriath, which is like a mixture of everything when it comes to spellcasters. But it also throws off, I haven't really put as much thought into the warrior classes. They're a bit different. And I don't know if you guys are following me or not on that. So if you are, cool. If not, I'm just sounding like I'm ranting about something that doesn't make sense. Because I know what I'm thinking, but I don't know if you guys can interpret what I'm thinking.
I have kind of an idea, but I probably have to see the final product to give an opinion on that.
And that's one of the things. It's like, because I haven't thought so much about how the fighter and warrior classes should be, I don't know if the equilibrium is there. Because if all spellcasting classes were able to have access to all their spells and cast whatever one they wanted at any given time, based on the amount of points that they had to do it, because obviously the conversion would be if you have a spell level, like first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, that costs that many spell points to cast it. So a first level spell is 1 spell point. A fifth level spell is 5 spell points. Or whatever I end up calling it. And if you've got the same access to all the spells, well, then what's the point of different spell classes? The point of a wizard is that he can learn every spell and have access to it, but he has to memorize certain spells per day to use. Clerics have access to all the spells and have to pray for them each day. Sorcerers know so many spells and can cast whatever one they know. Well, if every class has access to all the spells and can cast whatever they want based off of how many points they want, that's great. Every spell class is got the same advantages. But I haven't put enough thought to the warrior classes as to how many feats are they able to have? Because like a fighter, you get a feat every level in Pathfinder, basically, whether it's HD based or level based. Rangers are a bit different, and so on and so forth. So there's still like a lot of shit that I gotta figure out and hodgepodge together for what I wanted Soriath to be. But originally I was more thinking about the spellcasters because I love psionics, And psionics is set up differently than all the other spell classes.
Yes, with the PowerPoints.
And the augmentation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a wizard can't say, I'm 9th level and I only want to cast one magic missile. A 9th level wizard is going to cast 4 magic, 3, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. He's going to have 5 magic missiles, no matter what he wants to do, because that's the way it's set up. Whereas a 9th level, if magic missile were a psionic spell, he could at 9th level just go, yeah, I'm just going to spend 1 point and do a magic missile. Wizards can't do that. I'm 9th level. I'm going to use up a 9th level spell slot. Or no, it's a 1st level spell slot, and I do 5
Yeah,
magic
it's still only a
missiles.
first level.
Yeah, it's just like automatically does it that way because of his caster level. All right, let's get off this tangent. Let's get to the game, goddammit. Spent 40 minutes just fucking off now. All right.
I mean, we
Do
were
that
waiting
every
for
time.
Maj. We were waiting for Maj to ease our minds.
Hoping. Yeah, but that dude just went to sleep like, what, 2 hours ago?
Yeah, he's in fucking REM sleep right now.
Yeah.
Is it a time zone difference, or is he just like
Yes.
that? I can't remember.
A little bit of both.
There
but,
is a time zone difference, but he's
yeah.
just like that. He went to bed at 6 a.m. his time.
That's concerning.
Which was barely
8,
3
9,
hours
9
ago.
yours.
Barely 3 hours ago my time.
I mean,
But-
it was barely 3 hours ago my time as well, so...
But I mean, he's a night owl.
Yeah, he is. That is
You know,
100%.
for his time zone in Cali, he's a fucking night owl. Because I think he was saying that if he went to bed at an appropriate time, he was just getting up. Like, we'd be starting 9 a.m. his time. Whereas it's noon my time. And I normally get up at 8 in the morning. So by the time we're ready to play, I've been up for 4 hours. He's like just getting up to play the game. So I get it. In my 30s, I was a night owl. In my 40s, mostly because of Lily, I'm not.
That was me, early 20s.
Now let's see. In my teens, I had a normal school like sleeping schedule. In my 20s, when I didn't have to worry about it, I probably usually went to bed around 2 or 3 in the morning and then got up at like 11. In my 30s, I was going to bed 11, getting up at 4. And now I'll be 46 the 28th of this month, so averagely now I'm going to bed like 11:30, getting up by 8 my time. And that was 4 hours and 45 minutes ago. If it were up to me, I'd be going to bed probably like 1, 2 in the morning, getting up at like 10 in the morning. But, you know, my little lady here, Lily, she gets tired 11:30, and I don't have much of a choice but go to bed when she's tired. So let's see.
Putting all the pressure on Lily now. I see.
Well, you know, we've had a few arguments about that in the past, but I still go to bed when she's tired because I don't want to deal with her being lack of sleep the next day. And isn't that like the real true meaning of love? I guess.
I
And
guess.
she heard all of that and just said something to me, so but I didn't catch. That's not a secret. She's like, "Don't tell all our secrets." I said, no, that's not a secret. All right. So it is 1:45. Let's get on the ball here. We had just finished up the first book and whatnot of the Way of the Wicked, which I called Rise of Evil. You guys had allowed. You basically took out. I'm trying to remember the name of the fort. Fort
What?
Ballantine. Yes, Fort Ballantine. You had taken out effectively all the soldiers, all the captains, and pretty much just let the horde of Sakarat
Goblins?
Fire Axe. Sakarat was his name, was it?
Something like that.
By Fire Axe, that's what they're describing here. Okay. So you guys spent the time and you were given a month to dismantle the defenses of Fort Ballantine. You guys pretty much decimated them within a week.
Pretty much.
Let me double check my notes here.
We are just that good.
Yes. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8. It looks like within 9 days, you had taken out all the major captains, all the extra major figureheads, and wiped out just about every single soldier in the building. Because you had wiped out all of the soldiery and all the men, you really didn't have to dismantle any of the defenses because you guys just basically took over. You set off that fire signal. Fire Axe and his army came through the gates uninhibited. They were able to rampage across the land, causing pillage and plundering everywhere, mass destruction. And, of course, everyone around was caught completely off guard. So that was a major, major success for Cardinal Thorn and his ninth Nessian knot. You ended up having Theodorus show up and saying pretty much, okay, time to meet this boat here and go on to your next mission. So we've got, let's see here. You guys have, according to the map here, you're at the landing. You're about ready to enter the ship. Event 1 is Theodora's Pleasure Barge.
Are we supposed to kill everyone on this one too? Should know that before we get on.
Yeah, it's important information.
Well, let's see.
Oh yeah, we have like this ice golem we fixed up and now it's ours, right?
You guys did take the books and everything about this ice golem. More than likely, it's gonna be one person who can control it. It's gonna be attuned to one person. So amongst yourselves, other than Aaron and Cinder and Grumblejack, Aaron, Cinder, and Grumblejack want nothing to do. Not necessarily nothing to do, but it's like, who of you would rather have control of this ice golem? If none of you want control of the ice golem, then possibly Aaron or Cinder might be interested. Grumblejack, he doesn't want to control anything. He just wants to smack good little ones with his greatsword. Cinder and Aaron, being pyromaniacs by nature, kind of don't want to mess with the ice thing. So, do any of you have an interest in being connected and in control of the ice golem.
Nah.
Feel.
Wow, the silence is deafening.
I mean, if no one else will, I'll do it. But I feel like maybe one of the magic casters should do it.
I mean, I'll heal it, but I don't really want to run it.
See, it's so unstealthy. Like, what the hell am I supposed to do with it? I'm already.
I mean, it can stay inert until you guys actually need it. It's not something that you have to carry around with you during every battle. You can just leave it off to the... Somebody could have it just off to the side and be like, all right, when we need it to defend something or whatever.
You
Or-
can use it to carry your knives.
Or the other possibility is finding somebody to sell it to on the black market. There is that possibility. If you really don't want or need it. I mean, we are kind of overpowered for this campaign because this campaign was not designed for spheres.
Alright, so does it still
Fair.
have the immunity to magic?
Let me pull up book 1 and get its stats here real quick.
It's not just spheres. It's spheres plus Akashic plus Path of War.
Yeah,
We should
I mean,
do 2 of those per character, except for I, who's just like, I'm going to drive Stormbound to the limit.
To be honest, we could play this in base Pathfinder and would still be able to obliterate them.
This is true.
It is designed for lower optimization games, yes.
yeah. This campaign was designed for basic first edition Pathfinder.
Yeah, didn't the story pretty much say it was pretty much impossible for us to have killed everyone and gotten that highest score at the end of the last book, but we did it anyway because we're just so us.
Well, in all honesty, I think you guys did as well as you did in Fort Valentine because of Eye to Storm. His aura thing just it didn't really give the soldiers any real fighting chance.
This is true.
You know, I was when we were escaping Branderscar, or in the way I called it, Branded Arm. When you were escaping Branded Arm prison, there was only supposed to be a 25% chance that each individual guard was drunk. I had most of them drunk because Branded Arm prison was just that lackadaisical. They had the reputation of... Oh God, what was that? Why am I not thinking of that particular prison, which is an island here near New York?
Alcatraz?
Alcatraz, yes. Branderscar prison, Branded Arm prison, was supposed to be like Alcatraz. There was no escape. It was literally its
That's a
own
lie.
island.
There was Alcatraz escapees.
Oh yeah, there were a few guys that did escape. Some of them may or may not have survived, just like Branded Arm prison. If every guard was not drunk and they were on, if Alcatraz had their full facilities, if Branded Arm had their full facilities, it would have been much harder to leave. The campaign set it up that, half the guards or a quarter of the guards were drunk because, well, they've got such a reputation that nobody would try and leave, and there's really not that many people who are trying to, be evil. But for purposes and sakes of the story in Soriath, this particular area being sheltered from the rest of the world that it was, they really overthought themselves.
Fair enough.
They messed up.
Yeah, they did. And it allowed you guys to easily escape. The rest of the world shouldn't be as easy as Branded Arm prison was, and it hasn't been, but You guys are just not first edition Pathfinder stuff. And that's the big thing about Soriath is like we are not, the norm. So, a lot of stuff is overpowered. But back to the original point of the Ice Golem. Let's see here. It is a CR5. It's a medium construct cold. It does have the immunity to magic. An Ice Golem is immune to any spell or spell-like ability that allows spell resistance, with the exception of spells and spell-like abilities that have the fire descriptor, which affect it normally. In addition, certain spells and effects function differently against the creature as noted below. A magical attack that deals electricity damage slows an Ice Golem as the slow spell for 2d6 rounds with no saving throw. A magical attack that deals cold damage breaks any slow effect on the golem and heals 1 point of damage for every 3 points of damage the attack would otherwise deal. If the amount of healing would cause the golem to exceed its full normal hit points, it gains any excess as temporary hit points. An Ice Golem gets no saving throw against cold effects. So it's DR5.
It has a decent strength, so it can help us carry all our pile of loot too.
Yep.
You know
Yeah.
what? Yeah, like pack mule. Okay, well, someone. All right, who wants to
Strength
carry
of
the pack?
16, Dex of 9, no con, no intelligence, Wisdom 11, Charisma 1. Bab of 6, CMB of 9, CMD of 18. Let's see. 30-foot speed, DR5 adamantine. Immunities, construct traits, cold, and magic. Vulnerable to fire. 60, 10 blitz, plus 20. AC of 17. So, it could theoretically be Grumblejack's Grumblejack. All right.
All right, back to the original thing. Who wants it?
I think we might want to wait on assigning it because this might be up Maj's alley since he kind of likes
Oh yeah.
controlling multiple things, pets and
Yeah.
stuff.
Without him
Sure.
here, he can't really weigh in on it, whether or not he wanted it. So,
Well,
I
we'll
think
just
he should
keep
at least
it.
get a shot, and we'll just have it not active until then.
Yeah, we'll keep it as a party treasure at this point.
mm-hmm.
Just keep it in the with the group. All right.
Yeah,
So
sounds good.
let's get out of that book. I can always come back to it later. I need to take another break real quick. Be only like a minute, and I'll get right into the story here.
I guess I'll go get more coffee. I'll feed my horrible addiction.
These coffee addicts.
Oh, me make sure I'm caught up here. All right. Theodora contacted you all at the end of the last adventure. She has been commanded by her master to escort our band of villains to their next mission. She leads you to a ramshackle river barge called Halston's Folly. It is tied to Lake Tarrag's bank. The captain and 3 crewmen of this shallow-bottomed barge are all thoroughly under Theodora's control. Pretty much you guys will notice that when she says something, they all just kind of look at her with this dumb, mystified look and do what she says. They are certainly no threat to you, and Theodora will tolerate no delay. Quoting, "The master commands you aboard. You will learn more later." So, of course, we all get onto the boat. The accommodations are crude. There's only one cabin, and Theodora has already evicted the so-called captain and made that her own personal domain. So, we can place ourselves on the barge as we'd like. The storyline doesn't really give us much of no real events or anything to our next destination. It's kind of like a montage of just traveling on the lake and moving to the next town. Let's see. She evicted the so-called captain. She doesn't like to share, obviously. She likes to pretty much stick to her own. You guys got to sleep with the crew on the deck of the barge. There's no roof and no walls, and it can get bitterly cold.
You know, I actually don't mind the cold, but this no roof thing, can we maybe set up a tent somewhere in a corner for me during the day, maybe?
Do you or anyone have tents or canvas? If so, sure. Otherwise, unfortunately, probably not. I mean,
Tents? I'm pretty.
I'm sure there's extra rope and whatnot, and if we've got some blankets, you might be able to ramshackle something for yourself, considering
Well,
you are small.
I also give out endure elements to everybody as part of my veil weaving stuff. So
All right, so while it's cold, you're
I,
not
I should rephrase
damaged
that.
by
Everyone
it.
in the party.
So, the Folly is bound for Farhold, a 300-mile journey through the Great Scar that almost cuts the island of Purity in twain. The barge is sluggish, making less than 24 miles a day. That means you guys have 12 days to rest and enjoy the leisurely journey. Theodora herself is not idle. Though the Folly is adequately provisioned and never docks, every night the barge anchors within sight of a village or a keep. Theodora pretty much disappears each night and reappears in the morning. A similar story from what happened with the last traveling of a ship that we did. Uses the blankets and bedrolls we took from those guards. We ambushed in the countryside to make a small blanket tent. Oh, there you go. So yeah, you are able to have some shelter so the bright stars of the night aren't piercing your eyes while you try to sleep.
I don't care about that. I care about the sun.
During the day, you have shade. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. most of this information you would not know. During our 12 days of travel, if anybody bothers to ask her what she's doing, depending on what you ask, I have appropriate answers. If you don't care and just let her to continue on to do what she does, disappear at night, reappear in the morning, we can fast forward to the arrival scenario.
Or what she's doing, just out of morbid curiosity.
Well, what would
Oh,
you
she's like
ask?
burning the town down or something. She did that on her way up to the
Similarly,
bridge
when
farm.
yes, in the morning when you guys get up before the ship leaves, you will be able to see some fires burning on the shores and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easily to presume that she's still doing or continuing the havoc that she was causing before. But if you had any specific questions, there might be a different answer for you.
Well, I'll ask, is that fulfilling a specific purpose, or is it just for your own pleasure?
Oh, my dearest, it's both. I revel in the pleasure of doing what I do, and it is by the command of Cardinal Thorn that I do it. Pretty much, these Puritans need to know that evil is still here.
Fair enough.
Love
fair
what you
enough.
do, and you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah, I can respect that.
Yes, they do need to be reminded what hell is like. Because just because they deny the existence of evil doesn't mean it's still not there.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, on the 12th night, if there's no other questions during the 12 days.
I actually do have something. I'm sorry to bring this up.
Sure. No, go ahead.
So with the would I be able to find a space to set up the alchemy lab and the cauldron of brewing?
Yes.
Okay.
The water is not choppy. It's, as it says, it's been a leisurely thing. So if you wanted to use the 8 hours a day to do brewings, castings, whatever, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we have enough stuff among our net worth and supplies that I could make some essence of night, which is just basically something that'll give someone with sunlight sensitivity 10 minutes of immunity to that.
There is enough downtime, and the waters are calm enough that workshop stuff could be done. Sure.
Okay. Hey everyone, can I take 450 gold from the net worth of the
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
loot to do that? Thank you.
I mean, if the sun's an issue, I can make it cloudy.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. It's just like on the off chance that we don't want to scare everyone by moving the weather, and it's good to have.
Yeah, pretty much any downtime or leisurely stuff that you guys needed to do for the next 12 days is uninterrupted and viable to do. So as long as you've got the resources and or supplies to do it, it can be done.
Okay, cool. Then I'll make 3 of those.
All
Oh,
right.
wait, so it's not 150, it's 1/5 of that? Because I'm crafting it with alchemy.
Sounds right, though for some reason my brain is not doing the math properly. Plus, I'm not that well versed on the crafting rules, so I should know
Different.
that. So if you just want to, well, let's see. Crafting a potion through alchemy.
1/3 the cost, not 1/5 the cost.
Yeah, it's usually 1/3. That's right. That sounds more appropriate.
So that's 135. Does
So-
anyone else need any alchemy stuff crafted? I have a craft DC of 25 now.
And easily 9 more days to craft things.
Particularly?
What was that?
Not particularly.
Oh, not particularly. Okay. Well, on the 12th night, Cardinal Adrastus Thorn finally shows himself. Theodora steps out and says, "The master is here," and commands you attend him. He's in the cabin. And she kind of waves towards the door and ushers you all in.
I
Alrighty.
presume we enter.
Sorry, I'm back. My mother-in-law called, so I had to take that.
Oh, that just popped in. Hey, CJ, what's going on? Thank you for the well wishes on the stream. Things are going well so far. And we're continuing on book 2 of The Rise of Evil with the Soriath homebrew campaign. Sometimes I get caught up in running the game and forget to pay attention to some of the viewers and whatnot for the stream on the chat. So that's on my other computer, my screen over here to my left. Meanwhile, I'm looking to the screen on my right and in front of me for running the game. All right, so you guys step in to the cabin, knowing that your progenitor is summoning you. He greets you and is quickly to business. "You have served me faithfully," he says, "my 9th knot, and I have rewarded you in both treasure and vengeance. Thanks to your efforts, the fire axe has been unleashed. Even now he writes his name in blood across the borderlands. 3 battles have been fought, and 3 victories have been won. The villages of Ambril and Tarrington Fields lie sacked. The fortress of Loring's Gate is in ruins. Each of you did your part in seeing these triumphs come to fruition. Do not think that I have forgotten that. But our work is not done yet, fellows. Purity has not yet acquiesced to our unholy master, nor tasted the full measure of our vengeance. So I have another mission for you. Tomorrow this barge will dock in Farhold, the northernmost town in all the realm. Farhold is a backwater of no real significance. Its lord has already left the place, hoping for glory in the war. But it does border Cair Briar, the largest unmapped forest in the entire island. Hidden within the Cair Briar is the Horn of Abaddon, an ancient temple once occupied by a particularly loathsome death cult called the Sons of the Pale Horseman. Almost 80 years ago, the first Darien king, Marcadian I, called the Victorious, overthrew the horn and destroyed the Sons. No great loss, honestly. But what the victor found within the temple is why we are here. He defeated a daemon prince called Vetracali Eats the Eyes. So terrified of this monstrosity was the king that he had the priests of Soriath craft a great silver seal to forever forbid the daemon from returning to our plane of existence. The seal remains to this day. I've learned the truth about the daemon prince. I have learned what the victor feared. Vetracali is an archdeacon in service to the Lord of Pestilence as Rapscallion. This immortal monster could create a plague so virulent that it will bring purity to its knees. When the victor attacked, the daemon prince was close to unleashing his masterpiece upon the world, a pestilence known as the Tear of Achilles. I'm uncertain of the specifics of this plague, but if anything could put terror in the heart of the victor, then I want it. The Tears of Achilles will be our poison dagger into the heart of purity. I already have agents in the great cities of this kingdom. With this pestilence, we could deliver blight and death to the very center of the realm. Caught between the twin storms of Fire Axe and Vetracali's gift, we shall bring ruin to purity. This gift you, all of you, shall bring to me. It won't be easy. I've already lost one band of followers on this errand. I sent the fourth knot to find the Horn of Abaddon. They succeeded at least at that, revealing to me that it was concealed within a great spire of stone, less than a day's ride from Farhold. But then they vanished. I don't get it. I've heard no more from the Elven Ranger Aiden Kale since. He knew Carebriar well, so no normal hazard would have defeated him. Perhaps the Horn of Abaddon is guarded. I cannot say. But it matters not! The Tears of Achilles must be mine. I am undeterred by this setback. Where one knot failed, two will succeed. I will also send my seventh knot, the knot Hibernal, led by Elise and Daria. I task you with finding the horn and calling forth Vetracali. Elise and her knot will aid you. Elise proved herself a capable assassin in our last venture. The seventh knot will remain in Farhold and see that anyone who tries to find the horn and interfere with your work meets to an unhappy end. Thus, you will have time to do what must be done. There is another who may be able to aid you. Once a thriving cult of Rapscallion existed in Farhold. It was led by a half-elvish noble, the Baron Arkov Vandermeer. He's treacherous and decadent, but wealthy and well-connected. Theodora will introduce you before she departs. I know not what aid the Baron can provide, but his family is old and long has dwelt in Farhold. Never trust him, but know this. He's afraid of me, and with good reason. If he does try anything, remind him that you are in Farhold on my behalf. That should keep him in line. Find the horn, find the seal, and shatter it. Call Vetricali back to our world. Bind him to your will and force service from the monster. And then bring his gift to me. Can you do this, my Not? Have I found servants with might and will enough to see this task done? As he looks at you all, expecting an answer.
I mean, as long as you keep paying me, I'll do whatever you want.
Not entirely sure how to bind a demon, but I assume you just beat it up until it gives up.
You
And we're
know,
good
I
at
was
that.
yeah, I was just thinking maybe if I cut out its heart and hold it over its head, it'll swear allegiance to us.
I have bound one demon. Another will be no problem.
Good, we have an expert.
Pretty much. Once you
I
find...
guess this is my cue to grab fucking planar binding as my next talent.
Once you reach Abaddon, the Horn of Abaddon, I'm sure you will find the answers that you need to do what needs be done. But until then, just keep going. Once you're there, I'm sure you'll find what you need. Rapscallion has assured me of that. I don't know how you'll do this, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Once you recover the tears, or need to report anything to me, break this seal. And he hands you another a round clay tablet that looks similar to the one before. I will send Theodora to wherever you break it within an hour or two. Now go with the blessings of the Prince of Hell and see his mission done. With that, he ushers you back out and summarily disappears. You are now at the banks of Farhold, or at least it's within view. So you've got less than an hour to get ready before you disembark from the boat. Once the boat docks, Theodora will lead you to the not fortress, the mansion of Vandermeer, and do all the proper introductions.
Let's our cover this time, everyone.
Didn't catch all of
I
that.
thought we were going to talk to someone on our side. Do we need cover?
I mean, for if we speak to someone who's suspicious as to why we're going to visit this fellow. I always have a cover ready.
At this point, you're kind of like dignitaries or people who are going to be brought to Lord Vandermeer.
Yeah.
Theodora is going to lead you pretty much straight to it. Let's see. Cardinal
Lord.
Thorn does not linger long aboard the craft. He's quickly gone, teleported away. The next day, the barge docks in Farhold. Theodora lets you know that she's already contacted Baron Vandermeer and arranged for you guys to have dinner with him tomorrow night. She does say, best to find something presentable to wear. You guys are going to be given some time. So it's morning when you dock, and tomorrow night is the dinner. So
Hmm.
you've basically got a little more than a day and a half to explore the town, buy supplies, and so forth.
I will slide up to I and just sort of go, so is that offer to make it cloudy still on the table?
Yeah, I can do that.
I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. It's very sunny out, and that makes me very uncomfortable. Hey, I am playing this up. I am not forgetting about this. I have sunlight sensitivity. That's gonna be a thing.
Hmm. And
I
you
will
know,
float up into the air and generate a mist bank around me and float around above him so that he.
Oh, you were doing that. I thought it was like control weather, make it a cloudy day or something. I feel bad now.
uh,
Very conspicuous. Okay.
You just have a personal cloud.
a,
You know?
well, how far up do you have to be floating in order to create how much of a radius of cloud bank?
It's actually
Yeah,
100.
like
It's actually 120-foot radius, and it's 85 feet above and below me.
Wow. So if you were 85 feet above the ground, it would be
Well,
170
then
feet
everybody's
off
in
the
fog.
ground.
You can't see for
It would
shit.
be like
So it'd be
everything within 175 feet. Wow. That's impressive. 170 feet from the ground to the top and 40-foot radius. Well, a 40-foot radius really isn't
120
that far.
foot
Oh, no,
radius.
that's right. You did say 120 feet. 120-foot radius. Wow.
Okay. Let's go find us some clothes.
All right. So, according to the Gazetteer,
Don't we
our
have a magical thing that changes our clothes?
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
Does that change our clothes or just our
it. It was
appearance?
disguise self, I think, which changes your clothes.
Oh, okay. Well,
It changes basically whatever you want.
but what
pretty
if he
much,
can see through the disguises?
It's
If
the
it-
thought that counts.
if he could see through the disguises, then whatever you're wearing is what he's gonna see. Which
Yeah,
might
but
be why
maybe
she decided to say, find something presentable.
maybe he can also see through clothing.
Touching bow wow.
I mean, I've got masterwork full plate. I mean, that's pretty ornate.
Yeah. Well, I am not wearing anything like that, so I'll go look for whatever Victorian-esque fancy outfit I can find.
I just used the illusion thing to make my clothes not look like workout clothes and a belly warmer.
And I'll also get some sunglasses and a sun hat that are very fancy as well while I'm at it.
Okay. Let's see. So Farhold is described statistically as this. Um, let's see. Who has ranks in knowledge local? Anyone?
It's a good
not-
question to which I
not
have to look
great.
up the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't even pulled
I
up
do
my
not.
character sheets yet, so I'm doing that now.
Okay, current level, knowledge.
Knowledge local is not my forte. No.
I do have knowledge local.
I have knowledge dungeoneering apparently.
I have knowledge planes, but
I have Arcana, Geography, and Nature.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Grumblejack has nothing in local.
So we got a 21. What does
Have
that
I
tell us?
done any jobs here before? Have I murdered
Sir.
people in alleys and hidden their bodies?
Let me just finish checking my 3 characters here. Oh, I do have a knowledge ranks in local, so I will make a check myself. 21 and 25. All right. Between you and Aaron, you will know that Farhold is a small city. The general alignment is chaotic good. There is virtually no corruption. Well, the statistics is corruption's a +0, crime's a -4, economy is +1, law +3, lore +0, society +3. The qualities of this town are insular, strategic location, and superstitious, with a danger rank of 5. The local government is an autocracy chosen by the monarchy in Matherin. Matherin is how far away? I think the map will show that. Let's see. This map does not have Matherin on it. Check the Ocean Ride map because I thought that that had more towns.
I mean, there's got to be less and less towns with Cinder like killing its town every night.
Well, like major cities and stuff. Oh, okay. There's Matherin down here, down at the south. Wow, that's southwest of Branderscar, at the bottom of the island. So far away. Matherin must be like, unbeknownst to me, it must be a major capital. It's kind of a. Actually, considering where it's placed at the tip of that archipelago, at the bottom of the island, where like the main entrance of the Cambrian Bay, that might be. For some reason, I wouldn't think that the main capital would be down there, but it almost makes sense for something like this. And since I haven't done enough research, I will have to say that it probably is. Autocracy chosen by the monarch. Oh, yeah, the monarchy in Matherin. Yeah. Now that I think about it, Matherin, I think, is the main capital. That's where the king resides. Oh, what is Mage's character's name? Why am I not remembering?
Elves.
Kelv, yes. Kelv Darvosa. He was pretty sure his story was that he wanted to kill the king at some
I don't
point.
know why you want to do that.
So he would know that the king resides in Matherin. Yes. That makes sense. Let's see. The population is about 9,500. 7,500 being human, 1,100 being half elves, 650 being elves, 125 dwarves, 90 halflings, and 35 other. Not, of course, evil characters like, or races like orcs and goblins, because they would be shunned and wiped out upon sight.
Yep.
The notable NPCs of Farhold: Lord Argus Welshire. He's the Duke of Farhold, commander of the castle Hammerhall. It is known that he is a human male aristocrat fighter. He's also absent in Farhold because he's off leading the garrison in war against Fire Axe. There is Sir Valen Darien, a knight of Soriath, second in command of Castle Hammerhall. He is a human male cavalier. There is Baron Arkov Vandermeer, who is a male half-elf, aristocrat, and sorcerer. Aristocrat, sorry. And a sorcerer. He's known to be a sorcerer. And he is the guy that you will be having dinner with tomorrow night. He's pretty much the only one left in power at the moment, because everybody else above him is off fighting the war with Fire Axe. There
Right.
is the Abbess Temperance Abigail. She is of the order of Saint Cynthia Celeste. She is a human female cleric. And there is also Hugo Hallenbeck, mayor and reeve of Farhold. He's pretty much known to be a accomplished half-elven male. The NPC class of expert. Expert of what? We're not sure. He's probably a jack of all trades. What is that? No, thank you. Yep. No, I'm not. I'm not much for eating the whipped cream straight out of the bowl. Lily was offering me to lick the bowl of whipped cream. All right. In the marketplace of Farhold, the base value is about 4,400 gold pieces. The purchase limit is 25,000. You can get 4th level, both divine and arcane spell casting.
Dude,
Then the
wanna
rest of
try
that does
selling
not
some
matter.
of this?
Farhold is the northernmost colony of Tarlengard. This small city is a backwater, largely isolated from its parent nation by distance and danger. No king of Talengard has visited Farhold since the victor sat upon the throne, and yet Farhold is a keystone of the realm's defense. Without control of the delta that feeds into Lake Skardin, pronounced Skardin, there would be no credible defense to the borderlands. Of course, today, that matters little. The watch wall is already broken far to the east, and war burns bright across the borderlands. The bugbear horde relentlessly presses south towards the city of Davrin, far away from the distant Farhold. Castle Hammerhall, Farhold's great bastion, is almost empty. Its commander and garrison have left to join the war, leaving behind only a skeleton defense. Farhold seems now more isolated than ever. And yet, here in this backwater, the fate of tens of thousands of Puritans will be decided. This could be Farhold's moment of triumph, where alone it met a great evil and brought it low. Or this could be its darkest hour, where less than a day's ride from its walls, the city did nothing as a monster is born. The key to understanding Farhold is water. Almost every structure in the city of Farhold is built on one of 9 hills. In fact, its old Iraean name is actually Canuck Noi. Pronounced Canuck Noi as in noise. Okay. Which means literally 9 hills. The reason for this arrangement is simple. Farhold floods. Almost every year in the spring, Lake Skardin, brimming with mountain runoff, overflows its banks and floods Farhold. These floods are usually predictable and brief. They have never in memory crested any of the 9 hills. These floods are a boon for Farhold. They deposit rich lake sediment all over the delta plain and create rich, arable land for the growing season. No one in Farhold worries about leaving fields fallow or fortifying their soil. The mighty Skardin handles all such labor. But these floods also mean if you build a structure beneath the flood line, you had better be prepared for to be underwater for at least 2 weeks a year. Besides agriculture and the garrison, Farhold has another important industry: fishing. Though the sea is rough and dangerous, few bother to fish its open waters. Lake Scarden is deep and densely populated with salmon, sea cat, and amber scale. Even the occasional sturgeon is caught, and both their meat and caviar are prized delicacies. The prize every captain dreams of catching, though, is the rare giant crayfish. No one knows why these monsters sometimes appear or why they grow gigantic. But specimens longer than 7 feet have been captured in Lake Scarden. The creatures are dangerous, and more than one overambitious young fisherman has lost an arm to the beasts. But when one is brought to town, buyers pay a premium coin for delicious giant cray steaks that barely fit on dinner plates. Grilled and served with melted butter, there is no greater delicacy in Farhold.
Oh, I'm just so hungry right now. Thank you. So
Now I just
hungry.
want to like fly over the lake and repeatedly zap it with lightning until there's fish.
Now I just want like a plate of salmon the size of my head. Great.
The quays where the fishing boats dock are stout stone affairs designed to survive weeks underwater. They jut out in the delta all along the southern bank. The northern bank has only one, a broad military quay, where soldiers and supplies are unloaded to provision the castle hammer hall. Usually the quay is home to dozens of war galleys and supply barges, but now they're all gone, transporting their troops to the Eastern Front. Let's see, there is a bunch of history here.
Like it.
With the 25 you would get. So, you guys know that Farhold did not always belong to purity. Less than 300 years ago, it was a small hill fort controlled by a barbaric Iranian chieftain. How long the Iranian lived and ruled there, scholars can only guess. But a farmer tilling a field still might find a crude iron arrowhead or a broken bit of pottery that shows the marches of countless centuries. The half-elven king Arcarius IV, called the Architect, personally led the army that besieged the Iranian hill fort Karshrala. I pronounced that wrong. Khazrahala. Rhymes with Valhalla. Khazrahala. And through might of arms took control of Farhold. Though he burned down the original fort, he rebuilt a castle upon its foundations. This was the first establishment of the Hammer Hall, named for its distinctive shape. It became one of the first 9 watchtowers of the Watch Wall, which guarded the frontier. Acarius's troops made permanent camp atop the 9 hills, and it is the camp that is direct descendant of Farhold today. Some of the oldest street names like Quartermarch and King's Camp hint at its origin. The Iranian tribesmen are not memories. They inhabit Cairbriar in great numbers, and even a few still make Farhold their home. Some worry that the forest dwellers merely wait for a chance when Talengard is weak enough that these barbarians may take back once was theirs. Truth is that the forest-dwelling Iranians nowadays prefer their secluded glens. As for the town-dwelling Iranian, so interbred are they that the Puritans that they're virtually indistinguishable. Their greatest contribution is the proliferation of unpronounceable place names, red hair, and green eyes. With little imagination, you can see that the Delta is actually a great monster closing its jaws upon Farhold. The town seems like little more than a morsel this great beast would soon devour. Though simply coincidence of geography, This is an apt analogy. North is the savage frozen frontier, the land beyond the watch wall. It is the domain of the bugbear tribes, the mighty Na-Tanuk, and the enigmatic ice elves. More than once, Hammerhall has been besieged by these barbarous neighbors. Every time the Puritans have fought them off. Every time the Puritans have fought them off. If the invaders tried to bypass Hammer Hall, the fortress deployed its great war galleys armed with batteries of ballista and battering rams. These warships made quick work of any crude flotilla the bugbears could cobble together. Give me a moment. To the south is Cair Briar, usually simply called the Briar by locals, an endless and alien jungle. The forest teems with barbaric tribes with different religions and tongues, weird ruins of inestimable antiquity, and vicious super predators that do not distinguish between men and prey. There are 1,000 stories told of the dangers that lurk in the briar, and the terrifying truth that a great percentage of them relate something close to fact. In the middle of the wild perils lies Farhold, a thin strand of Puritan civilization. The people of Farhold do not decry their place or their fate. Instead, they take pride in their resilience. Farhold is just shy of 3 centuries old. For 3 centuries, bugbear hordes and briar-born beasts have done their best to wipe from the map. But yet, Farhold still remains. Let's see. There are notable landmarks in Farhold. Let's see. We've got Hammerhall. The grim castle of grey stone overlooks the Skarndrin Delta from High Hammer Hill and remains the most obvious sign of the royal might. There is the Acarian Beacon, where Lake Skardin meets the seas, rises King Arcarius's other less famous building project. It's a lighthouse that guides ships into the port through the jagged, rock-strewn breakwaters. There's
Oh, we're taking that out later.
Oh, yes.
There's Caliver Green. The gently sloping hill is amongst the highest points south of the Skardin Delta and has become home to the wealthiest residents of Farhold. There is the Abbey of St. Cynthia Celeste, usually called simply the Abbey by locals. This large walled manor house is home to a devout order of Puritan nuns, or Sarathian nuns, we should say. The nuns are a common sight about town, dressed in their dark blue and white habits. These brides of light are they are a chaste and cloistered order, but still must frequently leave their abbey to conduct their business. They are relatively a young order, their founder having been martyred only 150 years ago.
If anyone was going for the maximum bard seduce everything campaign playstyle, this would be their chance to shine.
Saint Cynthia Celeste was a powerful cleric of Soriath who frequently ventured into the north. Her greatest achievement was single-handedly defeating a powerful ice devil, a Gelugan, known only as Scathiel. Scathiel had manifested on this plane and threatened the peace of unifying an army of northern monsters. He threatened the peace by unifying an army of northern monsters. It was Saint Cynthia Celeste who led a party far to the north and slew the beast. Unfortunately, the saint herself was dealt a mortal blow in the fight and was brought back here by her distraught devotees. Her incorruptible body lies enshrined in a perpetually guarded sarcophagus, looking as if she died yesterday. Scathiel's weapon, a large and wickedly ornate +1 frostglaive, though, is on display in the abbey shrine wrapped in chains of silver. This order is well regarded throughout Farhold thanks to their many good works, led by the Abbess Temperance Abigail, the most powerful divine caster in Farhold. The sisters are quick to offer aid. Their magic resources are limited, though the order has more than 300 sisters within its walls. Less than 20 of them have the ability to use divine magic. Guess what you're gonna steal? So, so we're gonna kill them all and take it, right? It's only a +1 glaive, but okay. Let's see. Owing to their founder being a devil hunter, every sister of the abbey receives some basic military training, and they maintain an armory. While it's not well known about the town, now that the garrison is gone, the Sisters of St. Cynthia Celeste are actually the largest fighting force in Farhold. They could muster more than 100 trained fighting nuns, backed by divine spellcasters, if Farhold were directly endangered. Could hire a bunch of himbo to try and tempt them while we steal it.
I don't suppose they gather together in like a courtyard for training or anything.
Like, hey, I'm just saying, maybe if we, summoned a bunch of incubuses and converted them to the side of evil, that'd be a feather in our hat.
Well, that's a thought.
I'm trying not to be. I just realized. Oh, that sounds so much worse when you say it out loud. I'm going for fun here, guys, not for creep. I apologize.
No. I didn't take it as like a creepy thing. It was just like, that is
Okay,
the
good.
perfect idea of evil. I mean, what better way to aid Thorn in turning a bunch of holy good nuns into evil temptresses by having their minds swayed by incubi? Oh, goodness.
They have a point.
Yeah.
And okay, so just so we're clear, we have like the Sisters Sororitas here in town.
Yeah.
Mhm.
40K. Okay, good to know. And
At this point, the key note to take is that for you guys, if the town were threatened, it would be sister warrior nuns that would be fighting you,
okay,
because
So,
there's not
to-
much of a garrison of soldiery.
CCJ, to continue your analogy, they might be the sororitas, but we are the fucking Black Legion.
that's fair. Then it's our job to convince them to become. Are there
To
evil
stop
sororities?
following their traitor, their false emperor, and
Yeah, their false
join
corpse
us.
god. Their false corpse emperor who doesn't want to be worshipped and who is in fact screaming in anguish the entire time.
Ah, yes. New 40k lore.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
But,
The next place of note is the Vandermeer Orphanage. Baron Arkov Vandermeer established this orphanage ostensibly to help the most needy of Farhold's children. In truth, the orphanage's actual purpose is to give the Baron muscle. The older boys are taught to fight and steal. Those who excel at this brutality are eventually recruited into the Baron's personal retinue. This gang of toughs does Arkov's dirty work. While the Duke was here, the Baron had to be discreet. But now, the Baron is determined to use all his might to secure his position as the most powerful person in Farhold. The orphanage itself is an imposing structure teeming with children of all ages. The buildings are well maintained, and the children certainly seem well taken care of. The headmaster, Burgle Mott, a human wizard, is careful to ensure that the orphanage puts forward a fine official face. Master Mott sees that the orphanage's worst offenses are confined to darkness. Still, it's difficult to contain several score young, enterprising thugs, and the hill around the orphanage has become famously crime. The hill around the orphanage has become a famously crime-ridden neighborhood. So that's the ghetto. There's Brywatch, also known as the Trident. The small watchtower just outside of Farhold rises on the highest promontory south of the Skarnden Delta. It overlooks both the edge of the Care Briar and the lake. Manned by guards with piercing signal horns, it could alert the town if anything dangerous emerges from the woods. It has a very distinctive shape, with two smaller turrets jutting out of the main tower, hence its nickname, the Trident. One turret faces towards the river, one towards the forest, and then the central spire. Like everything else connected with the military, Briarwatch is garrisoned now only by a skeleton crew. A half dozen soldiers man the small three-floored tower.
It only take one of us literally half an hour to take that thing down. Hell, I mean, I could probably take it down in like a minute if he really stretched his muscles.
Mm-hmm. Now,
I love how when we say I could do something, it's ambiguous.
right now, Farhold is also not necessarily a place designed for you guys to take down or screw with. It's kind of a small respite until you find the Horn of Abaddon.
Yep. We would be going far off script if we, killed everybody and took everything.
Yeah.
Instead
Yeah,
of going where we were told.
Since we're back in civilization, I'd kind of like to get small +1 daggers if I can. Masterwork +1 daggers.
That's probably easily gotten.
Eyes looking for a crook? Cloak?
Yeah, Stormbinder's crook.
Let's see. We've got so we were just talking about that. Oh, okay. So Alderay is the next place of note. Built upon the largest of the 9 hills, this is the oldest section of Farhold and the only part of town surrounded by a wall. When the hill fort became Hammerhall fell, there was across the river a small Iraean town. The town surrendered without battle and was captured intact. Alderay, pronounced Aldary, or is it? No, that's Old Diary. Okay, so Old Diary, a corruption of Old Iraean, is rebuilt on the remains of that settlement. It's the most densely populated portion of Farhold. Every available plot has been developed and buildings are stacked upon buildings. So it's kind of like the middle class, Aldary. Let's see. Then there's Templeton Rise. Located at the highest point of Aldary is the center of all trade in Farhold, the Templeton Rise. Originally a pagan Iraean temple, a temple to all the to all the Puritan gods, including both Rapscallion and Soriath, supplanted it. When the Daryan dynasty overthrew the Barcan kings, that temple was abandoned and sold to the Marston family rich merchants. Unfortunately, the buzz of alcohol has softened my tongue today. The family remains the current owners, and this is the hub of the mercantile empire. So, of course, the merchant quarter is also the middle class quarter. We've got New Church. New Church is the name of the neighborhood. The hill it sits on is the common title given by the Sarathian church at its center. The church was commissioned by the victor during his visit to Farhold, the same visit during which he raided the Horn. It was this commission that caused the old temple, now the Templeton Rise, to be abandoned and later sold to the Marstons. The church itself, formerly known as the Hall of the Sun Victorious, is perhaps the most majestic building in all of Farhold. It rises in Baroque splendor to dominate its hill. Its great central spire, crowned with a Sarathian sunburst, can be seen from almost any point in town. The church once had a large staff of clergy. Most of them are gone. They went with Lord Argus to war, serving as healers and spiritual supports for the troops. What remains are just a few junior laymen who conduct services and keep the palace in order. The next place of note is Drownington. This is the low-lying middle between Alderry, New Church, Eastell, and Jasper Hill. Being one of the lowest areas around the delta, no one sane would live here, and yet it's crowded with temporary structures, waterlogged shanties, and travelers' tents. This transient community is definitely the bad part of town. It exists because the town watch has repeatedly proven it is loath to come down here. This is understandable. It is not easy to get to Drownington from Alderry. The bridge that connects Alderry to New Church is separated by a wall. The eastern gate that connects Alderry to Eastell has no access to Drownington. You have to leave through the north gate and trudge through the hundreds of yards of muddy bog to make it to Drownington. The guard rarely bothers. Thus, there's effectively small lawlessness. There is effectively a small lawless zone right in the middle of Farhold. This is Drownington. And if someone needs to avoid officials and doesn't mind the occasional flood, anyone can set up shop there. It's a maze of transients and cast-offs. Fights and muggings are common. Illegal goods unthinkable to trade upon the hills are openly trafficked here. Desperate prostitutes peddle their wares, besides drunken river sailors too broke to afford lodging above. The next place of note is Lord Drownington's Manor. There's only one permanent structure in Drownington, built on a slab of rock that is mostly above the flood line by almost 4 inches. There stands a stout stone bunker that has barely survived 100 floods. A crudely made sign in the front reads Lord Drownington's Manor. Equal parts bar, brothel, fight club, black market, and thieves' guild. This is without a doubt the most dangerous place in Farhold. The manor is run by a large, unpleasant man named Rubel Thram, human fighter and expert. Bald, scarred, mean, and possibly the world's most creative wielder of profanity, Rubel was once a captain in the Duke's garrison until he was caught running a prostitution and gambling ring to increase morale. Grubel was able to avoid being arrested and shipped to Branded Arm prison by pinning some of the most heinous acts on his underlings. Still, he was dishonorably discharged and ended up here. Grubel killed the last owner in a knife fight and now runs the place as his personal fiefdom. A night without a knife fight or a bar brawl is considered tame at the manor. But if you want to really know what's going on in Farhold, it's also the best place to hear unfiltered rumors. Just be careful not to steal from Rubel or threaten his girls. Rubel never forgets a grudge.
Hey, Ruble.
The next place of note is Wrecker Isle. This large accumulation of pebbles and debris in the river delta is largely seen as navigation hazard these days. In truth, it hides an ancient secret. Buried in the hard earth at the center of the isle is an ancient barrow honoring a long-dead druid named Selene the Spiderweights. Completely covered by loose stones and river detritus. I did not say that right. Detritus? Detritus, I guess that's another form of detritus. The barrow is well concealed. This spirit is the reason that creatures occasionally grow gigantic and fearsome in the delta and the lake beyond. Those creatures are living avatars of the druid's ghosts, seething multi-century anger at Farhold's invasion by the Puritans. The next section of note is Westell. This low hill has a small rural community that marks the beginning of a collection of loosely affiliated farms that stretch south towards the Carebriar's Edge. Baron Arkov Vandermeer owns a great deal of this farmland and thus possesses a near monopoly on Farhold's food supply. He has grown wealthy indeed from this. He's also an absentee landlord when it comes to checking everything out.
Oh, he's just really an asshole, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Corrigan's Landing. This is a large slab of stone built on the banks of the Skardin almost 2 centuries ago. Though it has settled some, it remains comfortably above the floodline. Though it is completely filled with warehouses, businesses, and offices of all sort, it's also the home to the harbor master's house. The current harbor master, Captain Charles Ritkin, is a human warrior and expert, is a retired member of the Duke's garrison. He's honest, forthright, and relentless in enforcing the king's law on the harbors of Farhold. When the war started, he almost re-enlisted, but was talked out of it by the Duke himself. Rumors say the Duke told him, "I need you here, keeping my city running." Harbor Master Ritten takes this duty very seriously. But the assistant harbor master doesn't. Mallory Ritkin, a human rogue expert, is Charles's nephew, and a retired captain has a total blind spot towards the youngster. Mallory is a corrupt gambler and womanizer who has used his position to live far above his means. He's also completely in the pocket of Baron Arkov Vandermeer. Let's see. I should have a map of Farhold here.
It's a lot of information we're getting.
Those were some good rolls, and it's kind of common knowledge. Well, not really common knowledge, but apparently you guys, between you and Aaron, you know quite a bit about this town. Let's see. I don't think there's much else left. Those were most of the things of note. Yep. This is all surrounding stuff that we don't need. So let's go back to page 9, where we were. All right. Yep. That actually is about all there is to know about Farhold there. So we've got you guys. Oh no, I didn't move you to the map. I'm looking at the map and you guys aren't. You guys are still looking at the ship. Damn.
Yeah. Okay, so we have
Here
the
we are.
ghettos, we have a thriving black market with some shady characters, we have an abbey filled with over 100 armed battle nuns. There's a lookout area with a skeleton crew we could worry about. Dock presence, Hammerhome, absentee lord and landowner. There's a baron who's we're gonna meet who is recruiting from the orphanage. What else am I missing, guys? We just got a lot of stuff.
I think you covered it pretty well.
I think so too.
Yep.
Wow.
I need to step away for a moment, and then I will be right back to figure out some rumor mongering.
Sure. We should probably check to see if there's been rumors noting the path of destruction Cinder has been burning into small towns, just to see if they're onto us. So, what does everyone want to do while we're in civilization with equipment and such?
Kill everyone?
I mean, okay, but why?
Reasons.
Fair enough. Is
No,
this like
I really don't have much ideas.
okay?
I don't need any items or something to buy.
Okay.
I took the good old oath of I don't get items.
That's fair. I once a crook. We're killing them all and taking that. Yes. I want 2 daggers, but oh, I would love 2 dual balanced +1 daggers. I get enchanted later, so that would really reduce my dual wielding penalties. But that's all money.
And about 9 minutes ago, Inferred Saxonator said hello. So I must say, what's up? Not paying when I'm running the Pathfinder game, I am not paying attention to the restream chat nearly as much as I do when I'm streaming my other games and whatnot. It takes a lot more concentration to be a DM of a game than it does to play a game and watch the chat and interact with everybody. So I apologize to the viewers who might feel that I'm not paying that much attention. I've watched D&D games and I've tried to chat with the DMs and the players and they just completely ignore me. So I try not to do that too much because I know how crappy that feels. It's like, "Hey, what game are you playing other than D&D? Like what world is this?" And they just like keep on going like you're not even talking. That bothered me. So I try not to do that. If you guys have got questions, please feel free to ask questions. I will tell you whatever I can about Soriath, especially since it's a homebrew world. But if you don't have questions, just enjoy our antics because we're a fun crew of sons of bitches, I tell you.
Yeah.
No
Sometimes
offense,
we even
guys.
burn down towns, and even on purpose.
And that's just not in the evil campaign either.
Yeah. And sometimes we release horrible, horrible demons on the world of Soriath that's probably going to have consequences later.
Oh boy.
Right, so I guess we should go to town, do shopping, and see about selling some of this stupendous amount of loot. So we have the liquid funds for everyone's stuff.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes. So most likely the best place to sell some of the stuff would be Drownington.
Right.
If not, maybe waiting until the after the dinner with the Baron to see what he might be able to offload for you. Like,
Right, yeah, that's
if you guys still have anything with the Soriath or Knights of Soriath or Branded Scar markings, Drownington, if you're careful, you could get rid of, but I bet you the Baron could probably easily find a way to take that stuff off your hands and give you appropriate monies for it. Theodora would probably be able to mention that if needed be. But let's see. Rumors are to be had in every shop, tavern, and inn in Farhold. So as you guys are doing things, I can have D20s rolled to see what rumors you guys find as you're doing things in town. So what do you want to do first? Because I honestly do not remember what kind of stuff you guys got, other than the last book said you got a bunch of platinum, if I remember correctly.
we have so much plate mail and weapons, especially like holy
Oh
shit.
yeah.
It's we really need to
So
sell a lot of this crap.
liquidation of treasure right now is probably what we want to do.
I would also like to look for a blacksmith who could get me some custom weapons, because I'm small, so that's probably an issue.
All right. Do we have a link for the listing of, excuse me, crap that we've accumulated?
Yeah, it's pinned, the first pin in the Rise of Evil.
Yeah.
All right. Let me get to.
Check our loot page. It's rather stupendous.
All right.
Thanks
So I
to
am in the Rise of
Maj,
Evil
who's not here, for
chat.
writing the code that added it all up.
Way of the Wicked loot page. Let's open that link.
You're not here,
Yep.
Maj, but we appreciate your work even now.
Well, we do.
All right. I need to choose another folder. There, like, with me thinking about doing a private server game with Foundry for Soriath once this campaign is over with, I found out that I need to learn JavaScript in order to properly run Foundry. So
You should be able to do that with just what the community has made.
well, my Thursday night game that I play, a friend of mine is using Foundry, so I'm actually playing it for the first time. Otherwise, everything's been on Roll20. Like, before this game, which we've had maybe 3 or 4 sessions, I've never used Foundry before. So I had asked him, I was like, hey, how long did it take you to basically set up and whatnot. And he says, yeah, it only took me a couple of days, but what was hardest was remembering the mechanics of everything. And he said that it was really important if you're a GM to know JavaScript. I know nothing of JavaScript.
Okay.
And I was like, is it easy to learn? He goes, it's one of the easier codings to
Oh yeah,
learn.
it is.
So like this
Are
morning,
you familiar with Java at all?
I update it for my computer, and that's about the best that I could say. Like, you know,
Okay, well, there's a lot of good JavaScript tutorials online, and there's also a good book called JavaScript: The Good Parts.
okay.
That is worth reading if you are a reader. Otherwise, there's a bunch of online stuff you can do.
Yeah, I had Googled how do I learn JavaScript for free? And there was this one article that talked about 9 different free resources, 2 of which being free online books. One was entitled JavaScript for Cats.
Hmm.
And it was quoted that even your human companion can learn this type of a thing. So I was like, okay, so this is probably like JavaScript for dummies type of a thing. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different pages open right now that are mostly videos and or information on JavaScript. So I'm going to take a moment to create a folder for this.
But as far as I know, I never used Foundry as a GM, but I have as a player. And I never heard from the GM that any knowledge of JavaScript would be necessary to run a game with it.
Well, he's planning on doing custom rules, which is why he would
I
need
mean,
to
Yeah.
yeah,
code it.
if you want to do custom rules, then
This
there's that.
GM that I'm playing with has got it's a homebrew world where he's kind of based a lot of the history and everything on Warhammer,
Yeah.
but it's not a Warhammer universe. It's a universe similar to Warhammer. And I myself, I've never played Warhammer. So I don't know a lot about Warhammer, and his Warhammer is not 40K, it's more the fantasy.
Uh-huh.
And in his game, I'm playing a apprentice cleric wizard of Morai Heg. And to me, I had asked him, I was like, well, what god out there would allow magic and cleric? Because in the way he's describing it is that all magic comes from another dimension, which is predominantly evil. Most of the dominant gods of this world are also evil. Not that it's an evil world, it's just a fucked up warlike world.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
Warhammer. Like, all magic comes from chaos. So
Ah, yeah. See, I don't
Yeah.
know that much about Warhammer personally. So he was like, yeah, if you're playing a half elf, an elven god, oh yeah, that'd be Morai Heg. Morai Heg is a neutral goddess of fate and magic. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll go with that. Kind of seems like a neutral evil version of Nethys without the psychotic break. So I'm slowly learning that and whatnot, but I think that it's playing on Foundry, I'm kind of liking it a little bit more than Roll20 for certain aspects and stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But actually sitting down and like making maps and stuff, I have no experience with that on Foundry, where I have plenty of experience doing the maps on Roll20. So I think that's kind of where he was saying, you know, having a knowledge of JavaScript would be important. So that's one of my next projects is learning
Learning
JavaScript. Yeah,
JavaScript.
because I figured, yeah, I'm probably gonna take a few months to get what I need set up for the new world of Soriath. Plus, I have all the time that, I mean, we're only starting the second book of 6. I'm not sure if we're going to be fully going through all 6 books, but we're going to go through the majority of them for the campaign. I know that much. But once it's done, I mean, I don't plan on shutting down the public server of Soriath. If you guys want to continue, I'm gonna leave. I'm probably gonna leave it up to the GMs, because the GMs are. I mean, let's face it. How many non-GMs are viable players on the Soriath server now? 3. Donovan,
I mean,
yeah,
how
and
alive is the Soria server
yeah. I
outside of
mean,
campaigns?
for the first 2 years we were good, relatively good. This last year, it's gone to
Yup.
shit. Unfortunately, I mean, the main thing that keeps going is the meme channel. It's the most active channel on the Soriat server, is the meme channel.
Oh,
To
yeah.
be fair, it was always the most active channel.
Oh yeah, it was, but a year ago
Yeah.
we still had games. GMs
I
were
understand,
running,
man.
as soon as we said, hey, each GM should run 2 games a month or loses GM status, everybody was like, yeah, that sounds good. And then
No one
everything,
did it.
it fell off. I think I was the only one who, for the first 2 or 3 months, tried to keep at least 1 or 2 games a month going.
Yeah.
And that was only because it was in the spring and I was able to do Ag Day.
Uh-huh.
In all seriousness, can we get back to this game?
Yes. All right, so I'm looking at the loot page here. We got a net worth of 66,000 liquid assets.
The thing is, some of it is magic items we're probably not going to want to sell.
Okay, so we got
66,000
those
in net worth.
books.
We have a grand total of about 7,000 gold in liquid.
Yeah. Plus, we have a lot of platinum and stuff, like platinum ingots. We can probably include up there. Hang on, I'm just gonna move this shit.
And a lot of the mundane stuff we could probably use throughout the campaign, but any of the magical stuff that you're not going to be using, and
Yeah.
I mean, there's that cauldron of alchemy that's +5 for alchemy checks.
Oh no,
that
I am
someone can
keeping
use.
that.
We're
Keeping that.
using that.
But yeah, like let's get rid of the leather clubs, the long bows, the short bows. We're not necessarily using unless someone.
yeah, any of the mundane equipment that we're not going to be using,
Yeah, get rid of that.
definitely we can probably easily get rid of, like bows and stuff, easily. Anything that
Like-
would have been marked Sarathian or Knights of Soriath equipment, we can discreetly get rid of. That's not going to be at 1/3 the price. It's going to be at 1/4 of the price. And I say that only because Kelv would probably be able to charm his way in getting a better price, because chances are most merchants wouldn't want to get rid of it for more than 1/10 of its original market value. Because how else are you getting army surplus unless you've killed an army soldier? Which is a
Yeah.
bad thing.
So
Yeah.
load that on the black market.
Mm-hmm.
38 to intimidiplomacy covers a multitude of sins.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the
Uh-huh.
mundane stuff is normally sold at a third, but if it's Puritan or Knight of Soriath marked equipment, then it's only going to be 1/4 the price. It would normally be 1/10 of the price, so we'll go with 1/4. Let's see here. So looking at all this stuff here. Wow, we've got quite a bit of loot.
To work portable alchemist slab. That's mine.
So is there anything in let's see, go up to the top. All right, so we've got B, C, and D as being some prices and whatnot. The loot there. We don't actually. Okay, so anything that people are taking, we've just been taking off the list and not putting an ownership to, correct?
Generally, yeah.
Okay.
Didn't I ask if I could take some of the magical armor? I'm trying to remember if I did. Right, I
Take
wanted the
it
stranger
if you
plus
really
one.
want it.
Yeah, if it's on here and you can use it now, take it.
Just so much.
Yeah.
This feels like an RPG where I forgot to sell for like months.
You see, I'm the kind of guy who doesn't sell any of his RPG shit ever, so mine's always just so bad.
All right, let's see. Okay, I found my character's extra sheets of paper here.
Okay.
All right, so let's see. We got the one Spezard's will book, wizard spell book from the warden. For the most part, we will have the time that he could have copied all of that and created his own spell book. So let's see. I've got Aaron's spell book. Which is a combination of the wardens and what the hell was the other guy's name? Oh, that wasn't. Should have two spell books now. And I'm not seeing yet. Okay, so we don't have the second spell book listed on here. All right, so I need to find out one.
Have like
Burning of Valentine.
he just went up by 2.
Scrolling,
Right,
scrolling.
so if anyone wants like +1 halberds, composite longbows that go up to +4, or a composite longbow 2 STR that's a +1 magic item, someone might want to grab that.
Ah, and the Magisters. Tacitus.
Headband of alluring charisma.
I'm pretty sure
so-
someone grabbed that. We only had one of those.
Right, so gonna put grabbed in here just for Cauldron of Brewing. I'm taking that if no one else wants to protest.
Okay, so The heart.
Kelv had the headband of charisma.
Right. Did he mark that down?
I don't know if he put it on his sheet, but it was in the discussion in Roll20, or in Discord rather.
I'm taking the alchemist slab and the portable alchemist slab to try and clear this place up a little.
Oh, that's so weird. It's not letting me highlight. Alright, so I will make note of that then next.
Kitchen knives times 6. I think those are mine.
Richter's Tome of Arcane Armament.
Gold ring with diamond. We haven't assigned a value to. Okay, key ring. We can delete that because we're not in Bandit Scar Prison anymore.
Yeah, maybe.
No, see, what we do is later we get a chain, and then we put all the keys on the end of the chain, and it's a weapon.
Okay, yeah. 13 bits of rock god whiskey we made into Molotovs. Oh yeah, we have like a million keys we took from Donegan.
And we will never need them again.
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We're collecting them all to make a special artifact weapon called the Doors to
No.
Soriath, and it's an artifact
Yeah.
chain weapon. And you just beat the crap out of all the keys that we've collected.
Yeah, obviously we are trying to get like to Kingdom Hearts or anything.
Oh yeah,
You just
definitely.
need the right key. Ah, of course.
Key. Rookery key. Oh my god, we have so many keys in here. Varning's keys.
Well, let's see. Each captain had a key to his own storeroom and whatnot, and chest, and a number of the soldiers had keys to their chests, and everything else.
Yes. Alright, spring cleaning, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright, so both of those spell books can definitely be sold because Aaron will have been able to have had time to copy everything down. Now.
Does anyone object to me taking 4,000 to find a Stormcrook?
Go ahead. Do it.
Heart of
we only have like
Flame.
6,000 that's liquid, so we need to figure out how much we have first, don't we?
Yeah, let's calculate how much we're selling this all first. We don't object to this. Ooh, see if you can maybe trade some of these magical items we have for your crook, right? I mean, we have like a crap ton of magical weapons. Offer some of them up.
Heart of Flame is worth 120. And what is the other one worth? So I gotta go all the way back to Branderscar. Oh, too far.
Like go up to this weapons dealer and it's like, hey, would you like these magic battle axes and this magic halberd instead of money?
And that one's worth 200.
Just bring Kelvin. He's like, You will take these battle axes instead of hunting.
It's like they're still covered in blood, and it looks like bloody fingerprints. Like someone was holding onto them as they died.
Well,
Okay, that's fine.
actually, anything that's like filthy and dirty and whatnot, Aaron will take the time to prestidigitate them clean.
Okay. Great.
Any mending that is necessary, he will mend them, and so on and so forth. So we should be able to get mostly top dollar for a lot of this stuff. Let's see, where were we?
Appreciate
Okay.
it.
All right, so I'm going. Let's see, where do we put this? We got gold pieces there. Da da da. But too bad that's going to further. So we can. Doesn't look like I've got permissions to mess with stuff. So the spellbook from the warden we can take off and add 120 gold pieces to our coffers for that.
20.
Who's doing that?
Yeah. Can you do that?
One of you three, according to my thing, is Anonymous Cormorant,
Wizards spellbook from
CK,
Warden.
and BW.
You can.
Just because
Can
I
you
didn't want to
request-
throw your personal names out there.
No, yeah, that's fine. Can you request access so I can allow you to do that? Because it doesn't seem fair that you can't
Yeah,
edit
you
this
know.
thing.
I'm trying to figure out how I forget how I do that. Not under file, not under edit, under view. Maybe I do have permissions, just not showing my.
About to say, if you're logged in anonymously, that means you're not logged in with your Google account in the browser, and that you may have it when you're logged in as your Google account.
Well, I'm logged in as Bent Cheese Graters Hall of 3, which is pretty much what I've got as all my Google stuff, but I'm not showing up as the. It's my symbol all the way to the right, like I'm logged in, then the share button, and then the four of you guys. Now, I don't know if my symbol should be looped in with the other four to say that I've got it, but when I try and double click or anything on the wizard spellbook, it just highlights in blue and that's it. It's like I don't have the ability to delete anything or add to it.
Weird.
That's because I've got it on view only mode. Okay, there. Let's request edit access now that I've figured out how to do it.
Yeah, that should do it.
Request sent to the owner.
Yeah, I gotcha here. I'm gonna open that up for you. Hang on a sec. Open sharing setting. Working. Give bent access. Yes. You should now have access.
And I'm gonna steal one noble's outfit since we need clothes for tonight.
Yeah. I will probably need to get them custom made since I am a tiny man, but yeah. Everyone who needs one, take one. Bent, try like writing something. Or you? Oh, you've already done it. Okay, cool.
You can only view this document to make changes. Ask the owner for access. When I click on, yeah, that's all that gives me. Maybe if I refresh it.
I've made you an editor.
There we go.
There you go.
I just had to refresh it.
There you go.
All right, so I should be able to Was it? Ah, Noble's outfits. I have 3 Noble's outfits. There we go. On my character, let's add that in there. Iran. Equipment. Here. Or other one. Where are you guys putting your Noble's outfits?
I just put it in other items.
Other one? Okay. Sounds like good enough. And it's not letting me click.
So, like, above the actual equipment list, there's like a tab called Other Items.
Really?
That's where I put mine because
what?
it doesn't really have any
Oh,
mechanical
okay.
thing.
The
Oh, okay.
space. Gotcha. Oh.
Other items.
And of course, this is all frozen up on me now. Why? All right, refresh the page. Oh, Firefox, why do you do this to me?
We've distributed the Nettlefin toxin, right? If not,
Sorry, say that again?
Have we distributed the Nettlefin toxin?
No, we didn't end
I
up
don't
actually
think
doing that.
Okay, because then we can leave that there, I guess. Or I can just take all of it, whichever.
Let's see if I can open up my character sheet anew.
We've had 5 weeks and not a single one of us has tried to index this thing.
Never.
Index. Heard of it.
Why have you frozen on me, Firefox? Yeah, I was able to close the window that was my character sheets, but I can't reopen them because it froze up on me for some reason. Can't even refresh it.
Suck.
I'll tell you, ever since I started streaming on Theta and having the Edge node, I think I've lost significant bandwidth to do anything else.
Mm-mm.
Theta is a streaming site that basically uses up your excess bandwidth to share amongst other streamers for quality of stream because it's a decentralized streaming service. There's no, from what I understand, there's like no dedicated server or anything. It just, everybody who's watching and playing shares their unused bandwidth for everybody else, which then kind of messes with other shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that would do it.
Like, seriously, I think I'm gonna have to close this window and come back.
So will a guy take a bunch of Masterwork stuff in exchange for Stormbinder's Crook?
Yes. Firefox is already running but not responding. The old fire process must be closed. Yes, close Firefox. I just closed Firefox. Why is it telling me that it didn't close? Alright. Because it froze up, that's why. close that, minimize that, reloading. All right. We're at the map of Farhold. There we go. Let's get the character sheet up. Equipment. There we go. Now I can put in the noble's outfit. Yay! Alright, so we got that. OBS, we can minimize you. Minimize you, Discord. Get the Google backup, which has got, yes, this on it. There we go. Okay, so two of us took Noble's outfits. I'm wondering if there's a total of 5 of us anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and then me makes 5. 2 of us have already taken one. So the only
I did
person
not
that we're
take one.
missing is Kelv, right? So Kelv should probably have one of
Okay.
these nobles' outfits.
I would
I
take
don't
one.
need one.
Yeah, but I don't think it would fit me.
Yeah, you might actually have to have one tailored to you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
You know what? I would like to take one of the nobles' outfits and put it on the ice golem. I'm going to disguise him as a butler construct. So he's going to be like Lurch, just like grrr, smash.
That might actually be a customized outfit. A
I will
custom
pay
outfit.
for that gladly. I will gladly do that.
Alrighty, let's see. Aaron is not, and nor is Cinder proficient with longbows. Crumblejack would be, but a +2 strength does not. Well, it would actually not be the right size for him anyway. So that doesn't matter. We'll close that back up. So let's see. Now you have column C as the value. That is the market value, correct? Not
It
the
is the
actual
market value.
resale value.
Yeah.
So, all right. The ivory and tusks trade goods. We should probably have F as the. Well, let's see. Where would we? Well, actually, if we just take the 1164, divide it by 1/3, we can liquidize that. Right? Figure we start at the top and just start liquidizing everything. And then from there,
Would the ivory and tusks not have a higher value since they're not resaled weapons?
I'll say trade goods generally the value doesn't go up and down a whole lot.
oh,
Yeah.
actually, no, you're right. Market value is pretty much the value. Okay. So the ivory and tusks, we can just add that 1164 to the gold pieces that we've got for assets. The gems for trade would also be trade goods, so that goes straight up there. The platinum ingots would just go straight up there. 4650 platinum gold pieces in the 100 gold piece purses.
Oh.
So that can just be tallied right up there. And then the 7 ornate chalices, that would not be necessarily a trade good, so that would turn down to 1/3 of the price.
Platinum would be up there, so the Puritan coins would be 1/3 of the price, you said?
No, the Puritan coins would just go straight up. It would be the chalices. The chalices would be 1/3 of the price. So 1,050 divided by 3 would be the actual trade value.
$50 times 33, so that's 3 is 46 gold and 5 silver.
Math.
That's mathematics.
I trust you if that is what your math has said is true.
America's idea of math is making a Barbie doll that talks and says, math is hard. That was like when I first saw the newscast about the talking Barbie, and one of the 20 sayings was, math is hard. I was like, really, what are they trying to tell young girls? Math is hard? No, that's sad. Let's see. The 11 leather clubs / saps. We're gonna end up getting about 3 gold for the total of them, because they do have the Puritan symbol on it. 12 short bows worth 360. So that'll be 130 gold. No, 120 gold converted, because they're nothing special. The 13 bottles of Rock Gut whiskey, which we converted into Molotovs, we might as well leave the way they are.
Let's
2 bags of doggy treats. We can either keep those for possible use or get 1 silver.
I'll keep those for later.
Okay. Peasant clothing. Really not worth anything. So we can
turned
either...
it into rags. It's gone.
Okay, gone. Journal. Okay, that was one of the private journals of the soldiers, of one of the soldiers. 3 copper pieces you'll get for that from somebody. One of the merchants, yeah. The Book of Military Tactics. That will get 1 silver piece for. Spare bowstring. Is that literally just 1 spare bowstring?
Yeah.
Might as well just keep that as a spare bowstring, or because it's not really going to have much resale value. The fine whiskey. I do not recall if that had a listing, but we'll give it 1 silver piece. Unless we want to keep it to drink.
Let's get rid of it. Spring cleaning.
All right. The letters to home. You'll get 1 person to give you a copper for the collection because you're just gonna sit around. It's probably gonna prestidigitate them back into parchment. Map of Variston, including the old road.
Probably keep the map.
Maps are always good, so it might be an idea to keep the map. 50 days of rations. Yeah, you never know when you can use that. The chainmail, since nobody wants, you'll get 50 gold pieces for it.
Okay.
The key ring can probably be added to hold all those 11 keys that we've got so far in the list up there. So combine it with the 11 keys. Oh, wait, where did that go? You get rid of it?
Oh, don't worry. I have a little tab for keys now.
Okay.
I want to see how many we get by the end of this campaign.
So we've got a key ring with keys. Oh, let's see. So the sergeant's uniform, you're not gonna get much of anything for it. I mean, you'll get, if we don't want to keep it, we can sell it for 1 silver.
Bye-bye.
I have no idea what a set of marked playing cards would cost, but I think that that might be something that somebody might want to keep. I don't know.
Probably not a lot.
Yeah.
So niched. Let's just hang on to it. Okay, so
All right.
moving on.
So, of course, the Astera Mysteri, you'll get 20. Actually, you know what? You'll get the full 75 gold for that. Travels of Titus the Mendicant, you'll get the full 120 for that. And the thought that was Floral Legium, but that has got to have a price listing. So let me pull up. Man, the Wicked One. Oh God, trying to remember where we got that book. That was it. Oh, that's right. That was in the Warden's
Prison
Tower.
Warden's,
Yeah, that was in the
yeah.
Warden's Tower. I just gotta find his room. Richter's Library. Okay, that was 120 gold also. Travelers. Oh, wait, that was the Mendicant one. Where'd it go? Okay, Floral Legium. That's the next book. Oh, okay, that book is worth 250.
Cool.
The Floral Legium was 250.
Full resale value for that?
Yep. And the map we're going to want to keep. So it looks like we didn't successfully appraise the gold ring with diamond.
Oh.
You will get 75 gold for that.
Or if you want to pose as a noble, that is the enough jewelry to count the noble outfit to give you that thing. So you have to have a certain amount of gold jewelry or jewelry trappings with a noble outfit if you want to actually pose as a noble.
Good point. So somebody should probably take possession of that.
Yeah, someone take that. Put it in your inventory, then get rid of it, everyone. Someone do it.
It's Kelv, just so you know.
There you go. So we'll put Kelv's name on that for a moment. Oops.
He's our face. He can go talk to people.
Yeah.
So we got Kelv's name on that for now.
I love how we've made him our face, but he literally has to hide his face because he's like a wanted man who tried to kill the emperor or the king.
Hey, hiding in plain sight.
That's what the disguised self is for.
Yeah.
He's still good at the talking.
So we've got 3 composite longbows with a +2 strength. Let me check Cinder's stats. I don't know if she's got the strength to handle something like that. She does not. So she can't take it. I'm pretty sure Aaron does not have a strength of 14 or better. Pull up his character sheet. I don't even think he's proficient with the bow. Okay, why is his character sheet not popping up? There we go. Or strength of 11. Yeah, so no. And it's too small for Grumblejack. Now, +2 strength. Okay, so it's 300 each. So market value or resale value is 100 each because it's 1/3. So you'll get 300 for the 3 composite longbows with +2 strength. Because obviously nobody wants them. Masterwork daggers are easily used to be enchanted for magic ones. Might be cheaper to have them converted to magical weapons for... Oh, wait, no. They're not small.
Yeah, it's literally. Bleh.
Okay, so 402 gold for the lot of those being sold.
102?
Yeah, that would be... Oh. Yeah. That would be 1/3. Actually, no, that's
Yeah.
1/4. What am I saying?
No, that is 1/3, yes.
Yeah,
Oh, wait, we're
402.
splitting it.
Yep. Or 812. Yeah. So 402 for the 4 daggers. The rations we might as well keep. The steel lamellar. I'm surprised nobody wanted that. But that'll be
Yeah,
Our
no
party
one
is generally either heavy armor or light to no armor, so we don't have a lot of medium armor wearers.
I took the +1 chainmail, which gives me a much better bonus.
All right, so the steel lamellar will be sold for 50 gold. Orb of Darkness. All right, give me a moment here. That
We got that from the
the
tunnel.
9 trials. Yeah, there should be a price associated with it. Just gotta look it up here. That was found in room 3.
You know, I get the feeling our whole session's gonna just be spring cleaning, but I don't feel bad about it. Do you guys?
And hopefully people buying stuff that they already...
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look, we've already made like 20,000 just from clearing all this crap out.
This was necessary.
Yeah, this
So,
was-
yeah, art objects,
wow.
gems, and raw materials can be sold for their full price as can trade goods. So
The Globe of Darkness. I don't remember reading this, but obviously I did at one point. This globe will function for 24 hours and then return to being a non-magical lump of obsidian worth 20 gold.
well, it is now a non-magical lump of obsidian. Then.
Yeah. So 20 gold, 1/3. third. You know what? You'll get the full 20 gold for it. Why not? So
20
the
gold.
20 gold.
Yeah, because
for
it's
the
a raw
app-
material at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just it's a perfect sphere of obsidian.
Or for someone who, animates dead people, it's almost an undead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
All right, the holy symbol of Soriath. Skipping the mithril scraps for a moment. I do not Oh, that would have been Sir Ballantyne's, right? No.
It was that dude we met in the catacombs we murdered and took his squire.
Okay, so that would have been Sir Ballantyne. Yes. Give me a moment, because that was the one that that was the whole point of going through the thing, was to get that and bring it back to Adrastus. So that would have been the silver and sapphire holy symbol of Soriath. You will get a full 250 for that. That was worth 250 gold. Amulet holy symbol. Oh, wait a minute. Let me double check. Now, did Timothy have a holy symbol with him? Chain shirt, dirty tabard.
Yeah, but it wasn't an art piece one. It was just a normal one.
It doesn't say that he had one. So I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so the first holy symbol was probably still from the prison, from whatever holy man was in the prison, though I don't remember there being a holy man in the prison. Because the amulet slash holy symbol. Oh, wait a minute. Blade of St. Martius, Luth. Okay, so that's something else. So the silver dragon amulet fake. That would have been. But yet we have a price for the amulet holy symbol of 25. Okay, so the one we did, the one that disappeared, is obviously the 251. It just got put on the list differently than the rest of them.
Yeah, this other one, because it was like an art piecey one, whereas this one is it's just some holy symbol. So
yeah, the
it was
amulet
just
holy
the price.
symbol. So that's the 25. You'll get the 25 for the amulet slash holy symbol. The silver fake dragon fake amulet. Let's see. Did that actually have a price to it? I don't think it did. And that was in room 6. Cheap costume jewelry worth 5 gold pieces, which you'll get the full 5 gold pieces for the silver dragon amulet fake.
Okay.
The golden Soriath sunburst, you will get the full 50 for. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? Why would you get the yeah. I said it. We'll go with that. You'll get the full 50 for that. All right. So
I mean, technically in Pathfinder, like art is considered a trade good. So
yeah, and they can. It's worth that much because of this, that, and the other thing, and on the black market, it'll still sell as a pretty penny, I'm sure. Even though I originally said you're only supposed to be getting like a quarter of the black market stuff, but we'll let that go for now. The breastplate, 1/3 of 200 is what, 70, 65? Approximately. Yeah, 65 gold for the breastplate.
75 for the breastplate, you said.
Now, is leather armor only worth 10 gold piece? That's why it says 120 for the 12?
Yep.
Okay. So 120 divided by 3, that'll be 40 gold for the lot. I would think the nettlefin toxin might want to be
Claimed.
kept by Alfred.
I got it.
Yep. Masterwork tridents, which nobody wants.
On a sec. So I gotta add 40 to that, so that would be.
But trying to do. So 1/3 of 1890. Okay, so the tridents will get you 630 gold. The underwater heavy crossbows. I have not read 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th books, but those might be something we might want to keep just in case.
Yeah, I was just thinking
Just
that.
for the
Like, they're
just for
niche enough.
the rarity of them. Now there's 5 of us. No, there are 6 of us.
I will never be using a crossbow. So
Never be
Me
using
neither.
a crossbow.
We
So
are.
I have enough other ranged options that I will
Hmm.
never be
Alright.
using a crossbow.
I will say this: we are on ships often enough that maybe keeping them in case we fight some horrible kraken might be a thing.
Yeah,
I
I've got
literally
lightning
freezes-
bolts and cyclones, and then I can do other elemental stuff if I need a ranged weapon that I don't need a crossbow. So
I respect that.
So then maybe keeping 4 of them might be a wise decision. I mean, it's not that much money that we'd be getting from them anyway. So reduce the number by 2. And from those 200, due to their rarity, we'll get 75 gold pieces each. So 150 out of, yeah, there we go. You get 150 out of that 200.
150.
Yep, for the 2 of them. And then we'll make that as 4. All right. Seashell armor, bone breastplate, fragile. All right. I remember the battle that we had gotten those from.
I think that's from the merfolk guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, which does not give us an actual price. Seashell as breastplate. Breastplate is worth 100 gold pieces. This is made out of seashells, so you'll get 75 for that.
All the Markov and everything. 75.
Yeah.
Okay.
Typically, you should only get 20, like 30 gold for it. But because it's made out of seashells and, it's not something that's normally made. So as a they'll give you
Oddity.
as an oddity or a rarity, they'll give you the 75 for it because most people on the mainland don't get to see something fanciful like that.
Yeah.
The pearl holy symbol of Soriath. Well, actually, the +1 trident. That's what we're up to next. Wow, that's a nice chunk of money. So that'd be 450 you'll get for the +1 trident.
I mean, it's almost like we haven't like sold loot in 7 levels.
Oh, that is very true.
We really haven't been in a position to sell anything. We had a couple of chances to trade, but not really sell anything.
Yeah.
Very true.
So the Pearl Holy Symbol of Soriath. Yeah, you'll be able to trade that off for the 100 that it's worth. Because they'll probably resell it for more. Okay, so the sailor ship's loot. We've got 1165 in gold pieces on top of everything else. So I'm sure we can just move that 1165 up. +1 great axe, throwing axes, masterwork studded leather, masterwork short swords, bucklers and short
1165.
bows. All right. Let's see. 20, 23. All right. For the magical great axe, you'll get 775.
75.
The throwing axes, if nobody wants them, it's a whopping 4 gold. $350 for the masterwork studded leather. $620 for the short swords.
$620, you said?
Yes. The masterwork short swords. The bucklers and the short swords combined will be 100 gold. The statuette of the nude mermaid. If nobody wants to keep for their personal collection, you'll get the full 50 for that. Aaron's almost tempted to keep it, but for right now, don't have a permanent structure or shelf to leave it on, so just weigh him down.
Do we want to keep the fine whiskey or do we want to sell that?
We drank the fine whiskey on the trip over.
You know what? That's great. I approve of this. We're like, yeah, we killed all those people so fine. Let's celebrate.
Yeah. There we go.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
So the masterwork lance, you'll get 103 gold for. Now I'm presuming based off the price, the masterwork composite short bow of +3 is strength, not magic. So that'll be 100. The long swords, they'll get you a whopping 6 gold. Oh, no. I was looking at the daggers there because it moved. That'll be 35 gold for the long swords. 6 gold for the daggers. So that's what, 41 altogether for the 2 of those. Uh, 100 and... You get 120 for the masterwork breastplate. Alright, magical heavy steel shield +1. Actually, you know what? I almost thought of taking that for one of my characters, but no. Let's see.
Does no one want the masterwork heavy, the heavy steel shield +1? Ow, I bit my tongue.
No.
Being
Okay.
being the wizarding spellcaster that I will be, I'll have no use for that, and neither will Cinder really. So 390 for that.
Okay, 390, you say?
What am I missing in the? Oh, he's just messing with stuff there. You are knowledge arcana checks to aid identify scrolls and wands. Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Right, because we do have a few unidentified.
Wait, should that be spellcraft instead? Like it's the same bonus, so.
Okay, so if it's the same bonus, then we'll just leave the rolls. But yeah, it would be spellcraft. Varning's heraldry. That was on the
We really-
ship loot.
No, I think that was just not labeled when we went to Valentine.
I was gonna say. I know they mentioned that in here. Let's see.
This is from the ambush in the forest.
Oh yes. Varning. That was actually.
So we're keeping like the bedrolls and camping stuff just because we haven't bought any. And this keeps us from having to.
Yeah, and I think we're about to go camping or out into the
Yeah.
woods from the description earlier.
Yeah, we need to get some tents too, by the way.
Secret passage is Varning.
This next section, I think, is going to be intense.
Haha.
Eh.
Hey, someone stab him.
Uh,
We have a guy for that. Stab him.
Mhm.
Do in fact have a guy for that.
All right, so Varning stuff was in like room 4 or 3, I think. Let's see. Captain Varning's quarters.
$300 GP mixed coinage. We can probably just add that straight to the. Yep,
All
there's
right,
the
so
number.
Varning's heraldry you'll get all of 10 gold pieces for.
Okay.
Not much, but it's something. The composite short bow +2 strength. Uh, 75 gold for that. 6 chain shirts, 200 gold. The signal horns you'll get 1 silver piece a piece.
We've
Oh,
only got
there's
the
only
one
one.
signal horn.
Yeah.
And we
I'd
might
like
as well
to
keep
the
it.
signal horn. Yeah, I'll put that in the misc.
All right, keep that. Padded armor you'll get 1 gold piece for.
bless you to have whoever just sneezed.
A bless you to whoever just sneezed, says Jan.
Oh, okay, it was Lily.
Yeah, it was Lily. She says thank you. All right, so magic scroll, magic potion, pouch of diamond dust, a magic wand, a masterful cloak. All right, so were these still on the ship?
These were from the Magister. I know because the Magister's
Alright.
keys were in there earlier when I was.
All right, so the magister. Let's go.
That and that's his stone skin component for the diamond dust.
Tacitus's stuff. Let's get to Tacitus. Okay. It is a scroll of dispel magic,
Oh, okay.
a potion of cure light wounds. The diamond dust is enough for 2 castings of stone skin. And the wand is a wand of fireballs with 8 charges left. It's worth 1,800 gold pieces. We sell it, then that would be 600 gold pieces. But of course, either Aaron or Cinder would love to have that little nifty thing.
Oh
So
yeah, we should definitely not.
I'm gonna put Cinder's name on that for now. The Masterful Cloak. Ah, okay. Yep. It's a cloak of resistance +1. Which is what, worth 1,000 gold pieces? Market value?
Someone in the party
Recall?
can use that though.
I'm
Oh yeah,
sure
someone
somebody
should
can
definitely
use that.
take this.
Now let's see.
So pouch of diamond dust worth 2 castings of stone skin.
Yeah, which actually should have a value, I think. It's worth 500, but it's enough for 2 castings of stone skin.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah, because the component for stone skin is 250 gold pieces worth of diamond dust. So.
Makes sense.
I do not have anything on my shoulders, says Aaron. And Cinder. I would think that Cinder does not either. So no, she does not. But player characters first, NPCs second. If no one else is going to claim it off the bat, then...
Who could use bonus 2 saves the most?
Well, let's see. Right now, Aaron is at 4, 4, and 11 for reflex and will.
I am at 3, 3, 9. What are you at? And not Kelv. Who else do we have?
Timothy?
Timothy, Jan.
One of the people we have, yes.
I would say give it to Timothy because his shadow benefits from it also, and since
Oh,
we're going to be sending the shadow in front of us to pop traps, it not popping as easily might be useful.
If he's
Is
not
that very
already
good point?
wearing one, that is a good
Or what was the item?
Cloak of Resistance.
+1.
I'm not wearing one of those.
Well, then it goes to you.
Since your shadow is our volunteer trap finder.
Okay.
/ door opener.
And for now, Aaron will take the spell component pouch. Alright, a masterwork greatsword.
You marked down the cloak of resistance. Can I get rid of it off the sheet?
Yeah, I have now marked it down.
How much was the one fireball's worth? You know what? Never mind.
It's worth 1,800, but it's gonna be given to Cinder. I got her name on there and Aaron's. I'm not putting it into my equipment right now. I'll do that later, and then I'll delete them off the lists. Masterwork Greatsword will get you 785 in GP. Masterwork Full Plate.
Five, you said?
735 or I say 7, yes, no, 785. 785 for the great sword and 550 for the full plate.
So yeah, I'm sure at some point we could use a Tanglefoot bag, so we can just skip that one.
Those might come in handy at some point. The Medal
Yeah,
of
they might.
Commendations. All right, they should have been in what's his faces. Yeah, the treasury chest. A dozen silver and sapphire military commendation medals.
And if we're summoning a demon, we might be able to use that holy water, so keep that on the list too.
Oh yeah, it's in the magic item list. I'm just moving it out of here. I'll probably move a lot of this back into the main loot page later, just for ease of selling all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Now, you've got one medal of commendation listed, though.
Farther down, there's a box.
Okay. So I wonder who had the medal of commendation. Each of the medals of commendation are worth 75 each. The dozen that were in the small box is worth 900.
Oh, we got that marked down.
So if we've got 13 total, that's 975 divided by 3. 325 for the baker's dozen.
$25 for the baker's dozen, you say?
325 for the baker's dozen.
So this is including this one and the box of the
Yep.
medals. Okay. So 3 is going to be so empty, everyone.
All right, so the others.
I know, we're almost down to under 50 lines.
Bag of holding, handy haversack, and the haversack pouches. Gonna get these off of here for now. And
Yeah,
put
they're
them
all
in
in use somewhere.
Yeah, they're in the magic items. Owner of haversack, whoever. There.
It may or may not be on an ice golem right now.
Oh yes, there you go.
Now I'm figuring that the Light Undimmed, the hymn book, the monk mystery novel, the breastplate, and all that stuff has got to be Father Donegan's stuff.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
So let me get back to where his write-up was, so we can get some prices for those. Should have been like room 15, I think. Ah, Father Donegan. Father Alphus Donegan, chaplain of Valentine. All right. Shrine. Okay, so up. You're gonna get 1 gold for the 3 books together. The Light
Okay.
Undimmed, the Hymn Book, and the Monk's Mystery Novel collectively it's going to be 1 gold for the 3.
In other words, they're shitty paperbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the impression we kind of got anyway, so. Okay.
We've got the Masterwork Breastplate at 1350 divided by. Oops. Actually, yeah, it's going to be divided by 3 because that was Father Donegan, so I'm sure it's got Soriath iconography. 450 for that. The Masterwork Heavy Shield and Heavy Mace. 4, 5, 2. $532. Whoa, that didn't clear it out first. It's giving me a what the hell? Oh, clear that all out. There we go. You will get 177 gold for the heavy steel shield and heavy mace together.
So the heavy steel shield and heavy mace are worth 77 together?
177 together, yes.
177. And how much is the breastplate worth?
The breastplate. Oh, I didn't say that. Silly me.
I might have missed it, sorry.
1350 divided by 3, 450.
Okay.
You'll get 25 for the holy symbol. Um,
25 for the holy symbol. Okay.
the wands we should probably keep.
Yep.
Tincture of concentrated wolf's bane. You'll probably want that, Alfred.
I'll take that. I don't know what I'll do with it, but I'll take that.
The commemorative coins. It's a gold coin worth 50 each. So yeah, you'll get the full 500 for those. The Haviland family tree, while it's worth money, because of the name that was scratched out and you guys figured out inside of it,
Yeah.
it might be worth. You know what? Aaron's gonna say let's keep that as
Oh, we could use that as leverage.
Yeah.
or
as
something.
evidence or leverage for later on. We should
Yeah.
keep that.
That is very true.
It's one thing to accuse somebody of something
It's another to have proof.
knowing that you have proof, and it's a whole other to go, look at this, you son of a bitch.
Well said.
The Masterwork full plate is worth 666 gold.
Okay.
Masterwork heavy steel shield.
098.
You'll get 56 gold for the Masterwork steel shield.
56?
Yep, 5-6.
98 plus 5, 6.
Okay. This is going to be interesting.
Do we want? Okay, Marco.
Because because the masterwork longsword named Bollinger is actually a well-known weapon in the land of purity, if you wish to sell it, you will get the full 315 for it.
But it might attract attention.
I mean, there will definitely be whispers around that it was sold. That I mean, once word is out that all of these captains are dead and whatnot under mysterious circumstances, and Ballantyne has fallen, which by the time you guys get here, word hasn't quite reached here yet. Disturbing conversations of war and the Bugbear army has reached Farhold, but Ballantyne's fall is only mildly whispered. People are like, oh, well, if something must have happened to Ballantyne's Fort Ballantyne if these guys are running through and making their way to the west. If you wanted to, well, it's really not going to do anything major other than clout of somebody wearing said weapon. But yeah, selling it, you'll get the full value of 315 if you want, because it'll sell for even more on the black market. Somebody's gonna want Ballinger.
So the question is, do we want to sell them for money now or keep them for intimidation and bragging rights later?
For some reason, I have this strange feeling that Kelv might be like, "Oh, bragging rights, motherfucker."
Yeah, okay, let's hang on to them for now.
We'll hold on to that one. And as for the masterwork daggers of all the other captains and whatnot, Aaron did want to keep those.
Okay.
So I'll throw Aaron's name on Haviland's dagger. Let's see, 2310 for the halberd. Divided by 3, that's 770 for the +1 halberd. 5 for the longsword.
Here, just put them. Put the names in the
Oh,
right hand
in there.
value. Yeah. If that doesn't work, we can add another section later. Not interfering with the array setup, so no. Ash did good work on that. All right, we got a longsword worth 15. I'm just gonna say that's 5.
Yep, that is what I was gonna say.
Anyone want to keep the +1 halberd to maybe enchant it later or something?
Did anybody really use a polearm? I mean, that's the only thing that I'd be.
Yeah, that's fair.
Nobody's using it. Might as well get rid of it. So that was 770 for the halberd.
Okay.
The +4 strength composite longbow. Can anybody even really use that?
I could if it was smaller, which really annoys me. Because it's like, yeah, I would use that. I would use the hell out of that, but it's
Well, we can easily have a new one made just for you.
yeah, I guess.
So 166 gold for that.
Six.
550 for the full plate.
Okay.
And $12.50 for the magic longbow. Because it does not have any kind of symbolism or anything on it. It is just a magical bow. You'll get the full 50% for that.
Okay. So we have successfully emptied out our massive pile of loot, everyone.
I guess
And
so.
I
And that
gotta
all
take a
came
quick
to
break.
only 33,000? Wow.
Well,
I mean, that's
when you
still
It's
good.
it's a significant chunk of money. But I kind of
yeah,
expected
like
it to be a little bit higher.
when you consider the resale value, though.
Yeah. I mean, we were getting basically a third on everything due to its nature. But from here on out, probably be getting the proper half markets and everything for things because we're probably not going to have a lot of labeled merchandise. But 33,895. Let's see. And with the platinum, so 38,612 divided by 6 of us. That's 6,435, give or take a piece. That's not bad. Now, do we want to divide it evenly or keep it as a group gold amount? Well, actually, no. Part of the contract is that everything would be split evenly, right? Yep. So it's 6,435 and 33. So 3 silver, 3 copper, and the fractions don't count. So, give me a moment. So it breaks down to 6,435 gold pieces each, 3 silver pieces each, and 3 copper pieces each going into our individual treasures. Leaving the 4 platinum, 16 silver, and 10 copper to be left as party chit for, say, paying for room and board or equipment that we might need as a group. Seem fair? Any arguments?
Mm.
All right.
Sorry, what are we doing?
Oh wait, did I do that as give me 1 second. Double check. That was the 38,612. So that did include the 4 platinum, but not the silver pieces and the copper pieces. Okay. Discord just died for him. That sucks. The 38,612 gold pieces of net. Oh no, that's net worth, so that still counts as all the bottom stuff. All right. Scratch the 6435 there for a second. I wasn't paying attention. So what we've got is the 33,895. 890 divided by 6. Okay, so it's 56.49.
Whoa, what happened to net worth?
What happened is we sold everything at less than market.
Right. No, but there was
The net worth was 38,612.
yeah.
whatever happened.
Please
There
don't
we go.
delete this. There's a very nice formula there that Maj spent a while making.
But 5649. Okay, so 5649 GP and 1 silver, 6 copper. Okay. So from the 33,895 that we sold off and liquidized, each person is going to get 5,649 gold, 1 silver, 6 copper. The remaining 4 platinum, 16 silver, and 10 copper will stay as a party chit.
Okay.
Because
Do we want
according to the contract, the spoils are supposed to be split evenly.
Yeah.
So 5649 to the 6 main PCs. I'm going to note that in Aaron's equipment. Other currency. There we go. So 5649. 1 silver. Why didn't that? You motherfucker. Firefox keeps freezing up on me after a while. Why is that doing that?
Did we not sell the mithril scraps?
We did not, because that could be easily used to make weapons and or such for ourselves.
No, yeah, you're right. Okay, cool.
I mean, worst comes to worst, we have it melted down into a number of daggers, so each one of us at least has a silver weapon.
No, yeah, you are correct.
Or a couple of us get a silver weapon. Not sure how we want to break that down, but keeping 10 pounds of silver mithril
Yeah,
might
seems
be
good.
a good idea. Now, can I refresh? No, it's not even refreshing. Damn. I really got to figure out why my computer. It's got to be the theta node using up the extra bandwidth, which is screwing things up for me here.
Did you offend the machine spirits at some point?
Yeah, have you done proper machine spirit appeasing?
Apparently, I have not.
Why are you not saying a prayer to the Omnisar right now?
Because I didn't know that God existed.
I'm sorry, dear Omnisar. You didn't know better.
Wow, and it's practically 4 o'clock.
Oh.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, it was a lot of stuff to sell.
Yeah.
But we never sold anything before, so it was kind of expected.
Yeah, like we definitely needed to do this, even though it did
yeah.
take up the session.
Mm-hmm.
Well, half the session was me reading off
For
all
double
the information
EXE.
about Farhold and whatnot. Okay, character sheet. Aaron. There we go. Come on, Pope.
I'm just gonna leave this here just in case.
Gold pieces. Why aren't you letting me click on my gold pieces? Damn you. Alright, I'm just gonna write this down then. Oh, and of course I closed the calculator.
Mm-hmm. So if I want to get a pair of dual balanced +1 daggers, that's like 2,000 gold per dagger plus another 2,000 added for the 2 of them to make them dual balanced. Could I get like a discount? Because I'm getting them made? No? Okay.
Say that again while I wasn't trying to write things down.
Sorry.
Something about
So
dual balanced weapons.
Right, dual balanced weapon modifications are you add 2000, so you can get like a set of weapons that are meant to be dual wielded, and it reduces their cost by their negative penalty by
Ah,
1.
the penalty by 1. Oh, so there'll be -1s instead of -2 technically with dual 2-weapon fighting.
Yes.
Hmm.
And so if I wanted to make those also magical daggers, could I get like a discount? Because I'm ordering such a bulk.
If we had Kelv here to throw out his awesome nifty little charisma check, yeah, we can probably do that. What would the grand total market value be? And I will
Uh,
give you a price that
okay, so
we can charge
dagger
you.
plus masterwork, so that's 352 plus 2000 each, and another 2000 on top of that, so 6704.
6704. Well, a flat 6 grand will be all right.
I can't afford that, so never mind.
Let's see. So, if you can't afford that, what do you have? The 5469? Or do you have more than that?
I have
Actually,
5692.
you know what? With Kelv's great negotiating skills, the flat 5 will do it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Greatly appreciated. Thank you.
My stuff is still frozen up. I got my character sheet up, but it won't let me do anything other than that. I can't. So I wrote it down on my sheet of paper. I'll mess with that later. Now I gotta try and... why do I have so much stuff open? That's probably part of my problem. Close that. I will close the thing for the JavaScript. I got the loot table up. I can close that for now. I can close the book 1 of Way of the Wicked. Book 2.
So
I should
did you
have
still need
right
money?
now.
Because you could get 1,000 for me.
No, I think I'm good, but thank you kindly.
OBS and Discord.
Oh, did you
needs
say
to be
for you or from you? Because it's like, oh, I'm not gonna like sell you on the black market just so you can break out. That's
No,
for
from
dishonor.
me. From me.
No, we're good. Thank you. All right, now, holy shit! When I level up, I get 2 levels, so that means I'll get dual wielding feat. That means I'll be at +0 for dual wielding my daggers. Level up's gonna be sweet.
That's okay. I've now got 180 feet of storm.
That is awesome.
Nice.
All right.
And I can't remember, is it next level that I get another storm talent? Or is it 9th? I think it's 9th.
Okay, now that I got all of those excess windows closed, will I be able to access my character sheet and modify it? I don't know. Let's see. Slow as crap. Okay, there we go. So we did get that window going. Character sheet. Equipment. Okay. It's not letting me click into my currency spots. I can scroll the sheet up and down. I tell you, Roll20 has been disappointing me as of late. I can't use it on Google Chrome because the lag is so far behind that it's like virtually useless to do. So I've been doing it on Firefox, and Firefox has been fairly reliable,
Okay, yeah.
but not today. Like
It just hates you now.
it's not allowing me to modify my character sheet now. And I've only got I've got two Firefox windows open, which is the game panel and the character sheet. I've got my Theta Edge node going. I got OBS, I got Discord, and one Adobe page. So my computer should, I mean, everything else is working fine except Firefox.
How many tabs do you have open in a browser though?
None. Firefox is the only thing I've got. I've got the Soriath tab and my character sheet, which is a pop-out tab or page.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, I had two Chrome browsers up, but that's closed now, and it's still not allowing me to do what I want to do with Firefox. I don't know. Oh, that's funny. The scroll bar is going up and down on the map, but it's not actually moving. Yeah, Firefox is theoretically locked up for me. I can't even... Oh my god. It's not letting me click onto the conversation chat. It just keeps freezing on me. That is weird. I don't know why. The only difference is that I didn't have this problem when I wasn't streaming on Theta Edge node. So I think that is the culprit. The fact that Theta Edge node is... but it's not caching and computing, so I'm not mining cryptocurrency when I'm streaming. I'm just broadcasting. Now, if I were mining cryptocurrency in the background, then that would almost make sense to me, but the fact that Theta's whole thing is that we share your unused bandwidth with other people, that must be what's going on. That is a slight disappointment to me. So for all my other streaming, when I'm gaming and whatnot, that it doesn't really cause much of a problem, but I may not be able to stream on Theta Edge Gnome when I'm doing Soriath in the future. I have to see what happens next week. Alright, so minimize that. Let's see here. Next week we'll be able to spend extra time and get some rumors. We will be meeting with Baron Vandermeer. Baron Arkov Vandermeer. And messing with that. Okay. And then once we're done with Baron Vandermeer, we'll be on into the Care Briar in search of the Horn of Abaddon. So even though we didn't get a fight or anything in, we did get some major intel and some selling done. So it was a decent session in that sense. So with the money that you've got, think about it over the week. If there's anything that you're going to want commissioned or try and find and buy, this, that, and the other thing, we'll get that out of the way right of the way next week and get on to the role playing.
Or knives. Magic knives. I got magic knives.
Alright, so I just need to close that.
We should also probably get some actual camping supplies to put in the party inventory.
Probably, yeah.
We can make a list of that and just buy it out of pocket ahead of time instead of faffing around for 10 minutes on what we need.
Sounds good. Alrighty. Thanks for playing, guys. Unfortunately, we didn't have Mage Gamer with us, but when you stay up till 8 in the morning when the game starts at 9 in your time zone, you're not gonna make it. And with the last 4 or 5 weeks being canceled, he probably expected something unforeseen to happen. So, but
Probably. Maybe.
yeah. As far as I know, everything should be good for next week. I'm finally getting into the new groove of having an actual paid by the hour job again. I'm working.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm an in-store shopper for Instacart now. I got a 15-minute ride up the thruway to the next town to go to a price chopper and be an in-store shopper. It's part-time. I get about 29 hours a week max, but doing that at $12.50 an hour is just enough to cover most of my base expenses and whatnot. I'll be supplementing it. I think I'll be doing a little bit of DoorDash a couple nights a week. Bye, Mom. Yeah, because, like, remember the accident that I was involved in back in September? Because of that, when I had to redo my background for Uber Eats, they said, oh, well, remember those tickets you had before that we said were okay? Well, in addition with this accident, you're no good for us. I'm like, wait a minute. That accident happened when I was working for you. And while my MVR, my motor vehicle report, says accident with property damage and injury, not stating anybody's fault, I was the victim. It was my property damage and my injury. So how is that being held against me? And they're like, oh, nope, sorry, can't work for us anymore. So as of December 26th of 2020, Uber Eats dropped me as a contractor.
That's shitty.
Yeah, it really stank. Because I was making some nice money. I was making like $500 a week delivering for them. And that accident kind of screwed a lot of things up for me. So I had to try and figure out what I was going to do again. I had applied for this app called Roadie. They denied me because of the MVR. I had reapplied to Postmates. They said no. I did. Well, Uber Eats obviously said no. Grubhub allowed me. They're like, yeah, we'll let you drive. Here you go. So I can supplement my income from Instacart with that. Instacart as a driver shopper, they said no. But as an in-store shopper, they're like, yeah, sure, you're not driving, so go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So the closest store I could get was the next town up. I had a price chopper. And the guy was like, look, I don't have anybody during the week, so you're hired. I set my availability Monday through Friday from 1 to 6, which is the store hours that they've got for in-store shoppers, and Saturday 9 to 4. So I'm working 6 days a week, 29 hours at $12.50 an hour, which isn't too bad. It's not the greatest, but it's enough to pay the bills. And it's enough for me to catch up on the past 3 months of not working. I'm
yeah, that's the most important thing.
Yeah. I mean, like, right now, if
yeah, paying bills is good as well, but...
Well, I owe my landlord 3 months worth of rent. Luckily, my landlord are my folks who live across the street. If this was not a time of COVID, I would have been evicted by now. If it were anybody but my parents.
Oh, yeah.
But because of COVID, I'm not kicked out. Because of my parents, they're like, we understand you had an accident. You got a lawsuit going. Get back to work, pay us back. So, I've got that, helping me out. Otherwise, I'd probably be living in my car right now, which would really suck. So, and I really didn't want to have to go get a job at Walmart as a cashier or anything like that.
Yeah,
Walmart.
I'm really glad that my job is work from home right now.
Yeah, mine as well.
You know, if I was actually making, if I had enough of a following and was actually making money streaming, I'd be doing that more. But at the same time, I'm also like, after 3 or 4 hours of gaming, my neck and back is like hurting more so than it used to, even with the physical therapy and everything, because, you know, shit's all set off from being shook up in the accident. That physical therapy is definitely helping. Definitely. I haven't needed, well, not that the painkillers have really done much. Like when my neck and whatnot is acting up now, I take like ibuprofen or Aleve, and it takes enough of the edge off that I can sit uncomfortably for a while. But it's really not making the pain go away like it used to. No. That's a whole other story, and I've probably said too much for by my lawyer's standards, so I'll shut up.
Probably.
I'll shut up now.
I mean, are you at least like when you're at the computer? Do you at least have some kind of ergonomic chair that instead of just like a shitty one?
I've got an actual gaming chair. What
Okay, okay.
I forget what brand it is. A friend of mine had actually sold it to me. It's normally like a $200 chair that I got for $75. So, and I've got the mouse pad with memory foam wrist support and whatnot, and everything's
Yeah,
height adjusted. So,
stuff like that I can highly recommend. Like getting an ergonomic keyboard. I did at my birthday a mouse that actually is large enough for my hand is also helping a lot.
yeah, my mouse, I should definitely get a wider mouse.
Yeah.
This is, what brand is it?
Like I had last year, I began having problems with my wrists, in like a carpal tunnel sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it hurt really a lot. But I didn't really went to like a doctor because COVID and the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now I have like a keyboard that's ergonomic. I have like a mouse for work that's it looks really funny. It's like if you take a normal mouse and you rotate it by 90 degrees on its side, basically, because that's the most
Oh, one of the little
ergonomic.
thumb mice. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's the most ergonomic stance for your hand. It's most natural for it.
Well, so the other thing is, and a lot of people don't do this correctly. Like when you're using a mouse, your arm should actually be almost at pretty much at 90 degrees, and you should actually be doing most of the movement with the elbow, not the wrist.
Exactly.
Yeah, most people do it with their wrist. Like, my arm's at about a 90-degree angle in the chair and everything, and my wrist is sitting on the memory foam bump. So most of that is like just resting on my wrist, and I just move it around with my hand. Even though I know I should be using my whole arm or whatever, but it's just easier to do it that way. But I've
as
got
a software
like
developer and a gamer, I had worked very hard to get myself in the habit of doing computer sitting properly so that I don't mess up my.
I'm doing that for
self.
like at the beginning of December now. I have all this equipment, and it's gotten a lot better. Like since I try to like get used to like using my elbow instead of my wrist to move stuff and things like that, it's gotten a lot better.
If I were to, my chair would either have to go up my chair is at the top of where it can go. So either I need to lower my desk by an inch or two, or raise my chair by an inch or two in order to actually be able to have my wrist just above the mouse pad to do arm movement. But oh, it's a respawn chair. That's what I've got. Not sure what model it is. It's probably 3, 4, maybe 5 years old max, but it's Respawn chair. If you're, you guys probably aren't watching the stream, so you can't see it behind me.
Yeah, I've got a similar gaming chair that
Mm.
I use for my gaming
Yep.
computer, and then I've got an office chair that has the higher armrests since I'd use my work laptop at the kitchen table.
Mm. But
Yeah.
the desk that I've got is actually like a desk that a friend of mine, the same guy who sold me the chair, gave me my desk. The old desk that I had was wider and accommodated the 3-screen 2-computer setup better, but it was taking up a little too much room in my new living room as opposed to my old office space. So you trade off one for the other.
But yeah, Monday through Friday, I usually hit 12 hours of computer time, sometimes more
Oh yeah.
a
Me
day.
too.
So
Oh wow,
I'm a
okay, yeah.
software developer, so like literally, I'm at the computer all the time.
I
So.
I'm an IT consultant. I know how you feel.
There you go. And
Like
I've
doing actual IT or like
N-
networking and
I work for a large television company here in Germany, and uh, all the things basically, whatever happens.
so networking and server management stuff like that.
Uh huh.
Yeah, I was certified to do that. I had my MCSE and a couple other certs, and I got really tired of having to recertify like and take tests. I was at a point where
Oh yeah.
I had to do like about a test a month just to keep the certs that I already had, and I was just like, nope, done, and moved into software development. So
I mean, I would do software development as well, but I can't code for shit right now, which I'm trying to change. But currently, coding is just not my forte.
one of the exercises I found to get actual better at it is do like the codas.
Yeah, like I have finished my first bachelor degree, and I'm
The
now
computer
starting
science.
in what's the proper translation? It's computer science and language science, I think. So it's not hardcore like we learned basic programming and stuff like that, but it was more focused on the language part.
Okay, so
And
it's like I think in the U.S. that would be like the Bachelor's of Arts Computer Science.
yeah, probably.
Yeah, I've got a
Sounds about right.
Bachelor's of Science Computer Science. So, and I've also got a Bachelor's of Science Mathematics. So,
Yeah, and now I'm starting an actual um IT bachelor, like the of science in the US. Then I guess the Bachelor
yeah,
of Science.
Infomedic, whatever. Yeah, it's been a while since I did German. I don't remember what it's called.
Informatic.
And here I am just going, I'm going to watch some YouTube videos and learn how to use Java. Actually, one of the things that it was talking about was like learn Java by making these 7 games, like Whack-A-Mole and a couple other things like that. And I was like, oh, you can do that?
Yes and no. Like, I think some of the code katas are actually better because they give you some more real life applications that apply to like websites and business development, as opposed to gaming, which the gaming stuff uses a lot of the graphic libraries, which isn't as useful in the real world.
Okay. I've got like 7 or 8 different things had saving it. Like one of them says it's an hour-long video tutorial of the basics of Java. 2 of them I think are like 2-hour talkings about the beginnings or basics of Java, and then there's like 3 of them that are like 3 to 8-hour programs of beginners basics or and stuff like that. So I'm gonna check a few of them out as I can, see which ones I actually need, and which one's easier or better. I'm not looking for the easy way out. I actually want to learn it, but being that I've got no coding experience whatsoever, even macros are kind of a foreign language to me at this point. Like, I probably could not write down a macro to save my life. I've had to see what other people like. Oh, if you want to do that, here, do this, and they'd like copy and paste it into it. And I look at it and I kind of understand what it's saying or
I
where
mean,
it's coming
part of
from, but to
part
actually
of
have done it
programming is
myself,
just part of programming is just knowing where to find it.
the information needed or where to find how to do it.
The information needed or how to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's knowing the logic, knowing enough to know how to Google any particular commands
Yeah.
that you don't remember off the top of your head, and just kind of the general structure. Like
Yeah.
if with the general structure and logic, like you can just Google for any language you're particularly working with. But getting used to like the if and or when else, the different types of looping, things of that nature, arrays, lists, maps.
Yeah, because I know like the basics of, well, the basic thought of coding was if this, then this. It's a lot of that when you're doing lines of code, but the actual
Well,
characters and lines of code, it's like I have no idea what it would be, you know.
but just like knowing like the names and like Java if statement or Java trinary or Java or script, sorry, JavaScript, so that you can look up the actual syntax. And then like once you've used it several times, like it'll stick in your head. But like sometimes it's just a matter of knowing what's it called, and then I can go look up the correct syntax to use it in a given language. So
Interesting. All that stuff I'm gonna have to learn. But I figure my IQ is high enough that it shouldn't be too hard. As long as I've got a proper set of teaching tools.
But yeah, that Kata site has a bunch of basically exercises that they have the tests already written. So you write the code and the test will test it and tell you if you got it right. Which is called test-driven development, which is a industry standard for developing good code, which is very important. So,
What site was this you said?
I linked it in Discord. It's javascriptkatas.org.
Oh, there it is. On that, I will bookmark it. Yeah. Yes,
I have to go
I
get ready
created
for
the
some
folder
stuff.
called Java, so
So
there we go.
later, everyone.
See ya,
Have a good
CJ.
one.
Take care.
And with,
I will have to leave us now as well now. I gotta
Yeah.
clean up the kitchen a little, and it's already getting late.
yeah, Lily's
So-
looking at me the past couple of times going, much longer? Much longer? Like 5 more minutes. Like 10 minutes later. So,
All right, catch you
yeah.
later.
Peace out,
Catch ya.
guys.
Bye bye.
All right, so with that, that is the end of my stream. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. Inferns, if you're still watching, have a great day. CJ, you're probably not still watching, but if you are, thanks for hanging as long as you did. Let's see. So, if you're watching on a hosted channel, click onto my channel, give a follow, subscribe, all that good fun stuff. You can scroll down, check out my schedule. My schedule will be changing. The Sunday 12 to 4 will be staying East Coast time, and the Monday night, it says 6:30. It should now be like 7 to 10 due to my current job. Those two staples will be staying. The Wednesday and the Friday schedule may be changing to evenings as opposed to mornings. It's a lot easier to do grocery shopping and errand running in the morning than it is after work. So keep an eye out on that. That will be changing in the near future. The Social media links are there. You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter. And there are, of course, last but not least, the 4 Discord servers you gotta join and check out. You don't have to stay, but I implore you to at least join them and check them out. That is number 1, the International House of Gaming Network, IHOG Network. Streamers and gamers, if you want to connect with other gamers and streamers, that's a good place to do it. Incent server, that gets you all the lowdown on those nifty incent codes. That's cryptocurrency for streamers to reward their viewers. All that information is there for you. Then there's my personal Discord server, Bent's Hall of Fun, where you can contact me and other gamers that are party members of mine and such from the different games that I play, and seeing other streamers when they stream, because there is an announcement going live or streaming info channel. If you have the streamer role, when you go live, boom, it pops up, free advertisement. And of course, last but not least, for those of you who really enjoyed Soriath today and want to play or join or think about being a GM to help keep the server going, there's that server, the Soriath server. You can join it up, check it out, hang out, bullshit, all that good fun stuff. All right, so that is that. I've run a half hour over. It is what it is. I will see you guys tomorrow night playing Neverwinter when Glyph Sage and I play probably a whole bunch of Sharandar tomorrow. And then later throughout the week. All right. I'm out of here. Oh, well, that last code's about to pop up, so I'll give us a couple moments for that. Last chance for that free 2 cents of cryptocurrency in 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Bent-99 VLS. Get out your Incent app and punch in that code or QR scan that QR code and get your free money. I'll just look at the screen funny for a few moments. Because I'm Bent. Bent Cheese Grater. Remember the name. On all my channels, that is what I go by. Bent Cheese Grater. Even my adult stuff. Yep. All right, so I can end this now because the rolling back and everything will be there. If you haven't gotten the code by now, so sorry. Check out my schedule and watch for the next stream. All right.